Good morning. The meeting of the Michigan State Board of Canvassers for August 22nd is called to order. And good morning to all of you. First item on the agenda this morning is public comment. But before we do that, I'm assuming that this room is all here for number 3. Is there anybody? No applause. Is there anybody here who's trying to speak to anything other than the item number 3 on the ballot? There's no other public comment? Okay. If that's the case, what I'm going to do is move that item around a bit here. What we're going to do first is a consideration of the minute meetings for the July 31st, 2025 meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and approved. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll oppose, and aye, and no opposed. If you'll give me 1 second here, I have to make this machine work. All right, well, maybe we'll go for second best here. Okay. All right, with that aside, we're going to put public comment in place now, and a couple of points before we do that. If you're participating in public comment, we'll give you 2 minutes. If you are doing public comment, I would also remind you that our focus here this morning is the approval of a 100-word summary and the approval of a form. It's not the approval or disapproval of what this petition is about. It's not a debate on the issues. We're here for a very narrow reason, so I would ask you to consider that before you make your public comment. And that being said, when you come up to make your public comment, please state your name and then spell it for the recorder. And I would call Nicholas Pigeon. And there's a small red button at the base. If you push that, it will turn that microphone on.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Pigeon, Nicholas Pigeon, and I'm a resident here of Lansing. And formerly, I was in a role that used to be the director of the Michigan Campaign Finance Network, which was a permanent watchdog organization on Michigan campaign finance and ethics and transparency. And during my tenure in that role, I saw how deeply people care about the issue of money in politics. It's not obvious by the amount of people in this room and in the 2 overflow rooms and in the lobby of the Binsfield office building. My role was mainly to answer questions by the press and individuals about, the legality of various political spending, and far too often my answer would be yes. This seems sketchy and wrong, but it is completely allowable under current law. How could organizations spend unlimited amounts on a race so far as they say vote or do not vote for something? How could utilities and government contract holders be top spenders in our elections? This proposal would do a lot to solve that issue, and I was asked many times to see the legality of a lot of campaign finance laws, some proposals that were in some of the Senate and the House during that role, and I've looked at the language of this summary in this petition. I see nothing that would be challenged in the courts. I see this as completely legal, and I think it should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Stancy Adams. If you state your name and spell for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Stancy Adams, Stancy Adams. And I am on the board, the advisory board and action board for Moses. I live in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. And I just wanted to say that we think that the language as it sits is well. It needs to be true, and that has happened. We're concerned that it is clear for everyone that's reading it, and it appears to be that as well. Not having certain entities be able to be specific on who they're voting for or what they're supporting financially, I should say, is not recommended. So we wanted to move some things around, but we agree with the statement that has been made.
Thank you. Wendy Block.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of State Canvassers. My name is Wendy Block. I'm the Senior Vice President of Business Advocacy for the Michigan Chamber. And I'm here today to voice support for changes to the Director's 100-word summary. Sure. Oh, sorry. Wendy, W-E-N-D-Y, B as in boy, L-O-C-K. Okay, sure. So I am here to voice support for changes to the Director's 100-word summary before you today. As you know, the board has a responsibility to present the public with a clear and unbiased language that reflects the scope and impact of the proposal. Unfortunately, we believe that the Director's summary falls short and risks misleading voters about the full scope of what's really at stake here. A broad proposal that, among other things, contains restrictions on free speech that the courts have repeatedly deemed unacceptable. We would encourage you to rethink the summary before you today, and our changes that we do support are outlined in the filing by the group Protect My Free Speech. So I thank you for your time and attention this morning in making sure that the voters' first impression of this proposal meets the standard of being true and impartial. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariah Bryant.
Good morning. Mariah, M-A-R-I-A-H, Bryant, B-R-Y-A-N-T. I'm the Director of Programs for Voters Not Politicians. Happy to be here this morning. As members of this board know, Voters Not Politicians is a champion for the right of Michigan voters to make political change through direct democracy. Having previously led the grassroots initiative campaigns that ended gerrymandering in 2018 and expanded voting rights in 2022. As stalwart proponents of the ballot initiative process, we have the utmost respect for the responsibility state law places on this board to approve summary language that is true and impartial and does not create prejudice for or against the proposal, so that the potential signers have the opportunity to make their own informed and unbiased decisions about the petition. To that end, it is our belief that the Director of Elections summary fulfills that mandate. The summary accurately reflects the contents of this petition, and while there are words or phrases that we might have suggested, such as ban conflict of interest payments, limit high-dollar corporate influence in state politics, that also accurately reflect the petition, we can concede that the language proposed by the Director will not prejudice potential signers either for or against the proposal. The Director did his job. Now we simply ask that the board does theirs by approving the summary today that is true and impartial, regardless of any personal opinions any board members may have as to the merits of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that ends that portion of general public comment. We're going to move on to item number 3, which is the consideration of the 100-word summary of the purpose of the proposed initiative petition sponsored by Michiganders for money out of politics. And I'm going to ask Director Brader if he would read and present your 100-word summary.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Housecamp. So the proposed initiated law in the petition, in my view, does 3 major things that warrant inclusion in the summary. It amends the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. And the first thing it does, sort of going chronologically or in order of the petition, is it changes the definition of what kind of election communications are regulated. So currently in the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, communications around elections are under the regulatory framework of the Campaign Finance Act only if they contain words of express advocacy regarding candidates. So if they say something like vote for, vote against, support in, those kinds of words. And if you don't have those sort of magic words, it's not considered a communication within the context of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act that is regulated or limited. What the first thing this proposal would do is it would in my view, expand that definition so that the Campaign Finance Act's requirements would apply to any kind of communication that is clearly identifying a candidate or a ballot issue, even if it doesn't say vote for or vote against. So, I think we're all familiar in campaign season with the kind of ads that are mentioning a candidate's name, but don't include necessarily the words vote for or vote against. Call Senator so-and-so and tell them that they're doing a bad job. But that's the kind of thing that is, I think, contemplated by this. So that's the first section, and that's what's covered in explaining that it would apply to communications discussing ballot questions, even if they're not including that express advocacy. The second major thing it does is and I'm just kind of going to group these together, even though they're somewhat separate provisions, is it largely prohibits, certainly severely limits, the ability of electric and gas utilities and from government contractors with over $250,000 in annual contracts from making contributions. Because of the number of offices involved and the different types of things that you can contribute to, which could be a candidate committee, it could be a party committee, various other entities, I don't think it's really possible to list out in the petition all the different types of candidates or offices or contributions that are limited in how they are, because there's a lot of nuance to certain state offices being included and not others when it comes to utilities, when it comes to contractors. There's limits on what you can contribute to or not contribute to, depending on whether you are in their district. So that would take well over 100 words to lay out literally. So the way I described that was meant to, in my view, clearly, but not trying to be legally precise, describe the types of offices that they would be prohibited from contributing to and the ways that they'd be prohibited from contributing to them. Then the final thing it does is it expressly requires that the Campaign Finance Act, on disclosure of communications applies to things on the internet. We've had some questions, administrative determinations about how these laws that largely predate the use of the internet apply to things on the internet, like social media and web ads and things like that. So this would expressly add to the law, essentially, that all those kinds of disclosure requirements do apply to things on the internet. So I did use a couple of non-legally precise terms to try to save words and make it a little more understanding. So I know that there were some comments on that, which we'll hear about shortly. The board can certainly consider that to the extent you think it is relevant. But in my view, the simplest way to explain this was we're talking about expanding the campaign finance laws. When we're talking about communications around elections, I use the phrase campaign ads. And then I tried to sort of concisely, within the 100 words available, describe which offices we're talking about. So with that said, the exactly 100-word summary that I'm proposing is initiation of legislation to expand campaign finance laws that restrict and regulate spending on campaign ads to apply to communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions, even if they do not expressly advocate in support of voting for or against them. Prohibit electric and gas utilities from making direct or indirect campaign contributions for state-level offices that regulate them. Prohibit contractors with over $250,000 annually in government contracts from making direct or indirect campaign contributions for state and local offices that regulate them. Expressly require that the law requiring disclosure of who paid for campaign ads applies to internet ads.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to move on so we can hear from the attorneys representing and Mr. Brady. I would ask you to, sir, I'd give you 5 minutes for your time.
Good morning.
You'll need your name and spell it for the report.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Michael Brady. That's M-I-C-H-A-E-L-B-R-A-D-Y. I'm here on behalf of Michiganders for Money Out of Politics. On a personal note, this is fulfilling an item on my bucket list. This always looked like so much fun. I thought I would give it a try. So in any event, my clock is ticking. So the task at hand, as has been noted by you all and by the public comment thus far, is a narrow one. The board's duty to approve or reject Director Brader's summary as a true and impartial statement of the purpose of the petition. As such, I will spare you statements and discussion as to the value or rationale of the proposed policy. I will spare you preemptive defenses to possible criticisms that no doubt will come from opposing counsel and the like. Neither is relevant to the task at hand. What is relevant is a close review of Director Brader's proposed summary. We appreciate the work that Director Brader has done to balance out the various requirements of Section 482B, particularly the need to be true and impartial, and also easy to understand without creating prejudice for or against. On the whole, Director Brader's proposed summary seems to meet these standards. That said, there are a couple of tweaks, friendly amendments, if you will, that I raise for your consideration. I have a handout with these proposed edits, if I may present them to. Okay. Bless you. As you can, so I'll now walk through some of the red line edits that just shared. So you can see there aren't too many, but I'd like to briefly explain them. The first suggested edit is to add the word campaign between the words internet and ads in, bless you, the fourth clause. This makes it clear that the disclosure requirement does not apply to all internet ads generally, but rather just to internet campaign ads. Not including this qualification will make the summary inaccurate, misleading, and prejudicial. To be clear, we do not care about, and the petition's language does not cover, whatever ads pop online with whatever it is that anyone is doing online. This edit is consistent with Director Brader's approach throughout the rest of the summary. He uses campaign as a qualifier in 4 other spots, no doubt in an effort to be accurate and to avoid prejudice. We appreciate that attention to the statute's directives and ask that the summary be amended to be consistent. Second edit is solely to make room for the first edit. My second suggested edit is to strike the words "in support of" from between the words "advocate" and "voting" in the first clause. And I should say, it's the first clause as Director Brader has it presented here. As you can see, it would be in what I propose being the third clause. We have no concern with those words. We are just looking for space and within the word count limit, and we do not believe that removing them has any effect on the meaning of the clause. Third and lastly, suggest an edit concerning the sequencing of the 4 clauses in Director Brader's proposed summary. In current form, that's his form, clauses 1 and 4 concern campaign ads, but are split apart from each other by clauses 2 and 3, which concern prohibited activity between certain entities and their regulators. I'm not sure why the topics are split in that way. Well, forgive me. Mr. Brader has explained, I think, why he organized it that way, but I don't think it reads as smoothly as it might otherwise. And as such, I think it's an opportunity to shift solely the sequence, not touching the substance, in order to make the summary more clearly written as 482B2D commands. So as such, we would propose moving Clause 1 to the third spot so that it is adjacent to Clause 4, since both clauses concern campaign ads. We believe the simple shift will make the summary read more clearly and thus be more accessible to voters, apprising them of what they may agree with and at the same time what they may not agree with. With that, I cede my time back to the chair, simply ask for the opportunity, because I have no time, ask for the opportunity to respond as need be. So, thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions from my fellow members here? Ms. Cummings?
Not at this time.
Vice Chair? I thought you might be. Mr.
I'll be here all
Cordes?
day.
I also do not have any questions for right now.
Not bad. All right, thank you.
Yeah, well, I have,
Oh, you do have a
yeah,
question?
I have thought about it, okay. So, oh. So it's difficult to read the campaign finance law, you would agree, yeah. And I've been trying to put together the various pieces of your proposed amendment, and I think I've got it. So disclosure of who's paying for ads is already required, is that not true?
It's, oh,
The
forgive me.
disclosure section, which is section 47, the amendment that you propose makes it clear that that disclosure requirement is also applicable to internet communications. And that's the change in the disclosure requirement?
That is, yes, the change in the disclosure requirement in section 47. As to your question, kind of initial question that you asked in terms of like, is it true that people have to disclose that? I'll note Director Brader in his summary walking all of us through, or in his statement this morning, walking all of us through his proposed summary, noted that there have been questions raised and maybe administrative rulings and otherwise without the full force of statutory law as to whether that covers internet communication. To look briefly, or I can direct you to it, but to look to section 47 and to see the unamended parts of that statute, it goes on at great length, because of course the act was written in 1976. It goes on at great length, spelling out many forms of paper, billboard, placard, poster, pamphlet, I don't know if door hangers on there, but there's a whole long list. What's not on there, of course, would be the experience that I'm sure you had, because all of us had it living in a swing state, where you got inundated, we all did, fairly confident, every election with text messages, with all sorts of emails, different advertisements online, all of that. Some of those do have statements, maybe because there's a different obligation, from the law, or federal candidates, federal law, and the like. But not all of them do, and that uncertainty is present in, as already noted by Director Brader, the very questions that the Bureau of Elections has received as to like whether that covers that or not. So.
And section 47 also says that it requires that this section applies to electioneering communications. And so that is defined in section 6. So it is, as I understand it, what you are seeking
Section 5.
to require disclosure of is, well, electioneering communications is a pretty complicated term, and using the term campaign ads, I think, makes a lot of sense, because it's something that people are going to understand. So you are seeking to have disclosure of campaign ads, even if, as the director says, they do not expressly advocate in support of. But you're just saying that you would suggest that a couple of words could be eliminated if they do not expressly advocate voting for or against.
Oh, I see. So with respect to the handout that I gave you, so in reading the sentence, even if they do not expressly advocate in support of voting for or against, versus even if they do not expressly advocate voting for or against,
In support of is unnecessary.
it felt to me unnecessary. And to be clear, I'm open to other ways to find a single word, because that Second Amendment, as I had walked you through it, the striking of in support of is just defined space within the word count. the thing that I feel strongly about is the inclusion of the word campaign between internet and ads, because this will not regulate internet ads kind of writ large for Verizon or whatever else, you know, people are doing online and receiving internet ads about. This is just about campaign ads. And so again, I believe that you can strike in support of without affecting the meeting there. But if you disagree and have a different place to find one word, you know, I'm open to that.
Well, if we take out in support of.
You've got 2 words. Yeah, so you're welcome. You can come up with something else.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Just a quick
Yes.
pause at the end here. Just to be perfectly clear, the only people you're targeting here are the utility companies and the contractors for the state. Is that correct?
There are 2 different things that are going on, broad strokes.
Yeah, I'm going on very broad strokes because
Sure.
it's time.
Yeah, very broad strokes. So, as Director Brader noted in walking through this morning, there are 2 different things. One of them does prohibit electric and gas utilities from making contributions, not in general, but to those entities that regulate them. And then, so they could still locate, you know, donate to other offices that do not regulate them, and those are laid out specifically. They're spelled out within the petition language itself. So in that regard, the answer there is yes. The other aspects in terms of how Director Prater characterizes it being expanding campaign finance laws that already exist, that already govern the operation of campaigns and the like, that would expand that more generally. The term that I would use, but I'm not advocating at this point, I'm kind of, the ship has sailed on this, I'm fine with expanding. The term I would use is updating this act that was written in 1976 to reflect the world that we all live in, both as you know, voters who are targeted by candidates and campaigns with electronic ads. Right? Like, I have a cell phone, they know how to savvy campaigns and the like, they know how to geofence and do all sorts of other things. Nothing wrong with any of that. But that's not currently covered by the law. And so we wanted to update the law just to make sure it reflects the world we actually live in right now.
Well, and that was the reason I asked you the question.
Yeah.
When I read your petition, that was the part that really struck me was, here we've got some things about expanding and modernizing campaign finance laws. Hey, there's some good stuff here. But then all of a sudden, it was, here's this big piece that's going to limit the ability for this group of people and this group of people to participate in the electoral process. It seemed like you've got 2 radically different things happening at the same time. I was just trying to clarify that.
Sure. I think the unifying aspect there might be, it might even be, I mean, the creation of the name for the group predated my involvement, but it may, the name itself may, really kind of speak to that and link these together. Michiganders for Money Out of Politics. And so in a certain regard, what they both involve would be an update to the campaign finance laws or expanding the campaign finance laws to acknowledge the technology and other things that exist, just part and parcel with how people run campaigns, necessarily, nothing wrong with that. But to update those things to require disclosure and other things that I would just say are open questions that keep me and fellow counsel gainfully employed, helping people maneuver the complexities of campaign finance law. It's not very straightforward, but even amongst in the scheme of things, kind of cottage industry lawyers who focus on campaign finance law, there's enough of a question mark as to to what degree does it cover or not, hence the existing questions to the Bureau of Elections. So that's not necessarily keeping money out of politics per se, but it is providing disclosure, which has been upheld consistently here and federally. On the other aspect of it, there's, in terms of some of those specific prohibitions, like there is a concern. There's a concern from my client and folks involved within the organization that I'm representing that entities that are receiving money from the government with contracts, and in the case of utilities perhaps, that are directly regulated by the specific entities that then taking the money and putting it right back in is a concern.
Well, with using that same logic, though, if I were receiving a bridge card from the government, wouldn't that put me in the same position where I shouldn't be allowed to comment or support because I'm receiving money from the government?
It's an interesting question. I guess, and I fear that I may be, veering into the bit of the kind of questions of policy versus the immediate question at hand for the board. But I'll play along for a moment, at your question. I think as a practical matter, it feels like there's a difference, and this is certainly my client's concern, between someone who is in an economic state that they qualify for a bridge card, that they then have enough money to get any candidate's attention, right? Mr. Cordes, you run campaigns, other people up here run campaigns. So as a practical matter, I don't know that that's actually a concern that people are concerned about. But if that is your concern, turns out,
Just a question.
yeah, you can, sponsor a ballot petition. But, sorry, I mean no disrespect, I just
Well
levity.
played.
Yeah. But there is a concern, and there have been stories in, reported, across the way about utilities and different kind of insider dealings and the like that do cause at least some committed voters to be concerned about who is the state legislature really responsive to. These are the questions that I think have motivated some of the voters behind me. It remains an open question as to how the voters of Michigan will ultimately vote on this. I don't know. I've spent enough time to know that it's kind of a fool's errand to guess about how the people will vote. And so in this way, I'm not asking for your vote today or your signature on the petition, just to do your duty on this particular matter.
I figured you were a good one to ask the question of.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I actually?
Do you have a question?
Hi, Mr. Brady.
Good morning.
I have so in all the media that I've heard about this petition, there's a lot of focus on the utilities and electric and gas utilities. When I read it, something big to me that jumped out was the elimination of, so under section 8, I'm sorry, section 6 at the very bottom, getting rid of the exception to having to disclose, like getting rid of, you no longer under this petition will parties be able to have an exception to the, having to disclose names and where money is coming from. Does that make sense? I guess another way for me to ask this is, do you see the elimination of the exception at the end of section 6 as it's going to have a big effect on our elections in Michigan? And if so, how?
So the elimination of the language at the bottom of section 6, I believe, is subsection J.
Correct.
Yes. And as I think had been referenced already, forgive me a moment.
Would you like to use mine?
I don't believe that, so I would ask that you read subsection J, 6, subsection J, and its elimination. In the context of 6, subsection B that's been added in, that incorporates in a public communication. So expenditure, so, section 6 deals with expenditures.
Yes.
1J, yes, here we are, accepts out, the change in 40, some of the specific, some known them as like magic words, as Director
Yes.
Brainerd walked us through, vote for, elect, support, but incorporates back in, if you look at the language in B sub II, which says, so a public communication expenditure per 1B would cover a public communication that is any of the following. And one of those is, under II, would be promotes, supports, attacks, or opposes a candidate regardless of whether the communication expressly advocates the election or defeat of a candidate. And so it is, I believe, an intent that that does not materially change. It doesn't kind of remove the coverage from J, but rather builds upon that and expands it out within the particular time frame. So J's not actually, I guess, like, J's not actually, I mean, J is going away, but the substance of J is being incorporated into B.
Ms. Cummings, did that answer your question?
I'm just rereading something, just. Okay, thank you.
Last call. Questions? No. Mr. Brady, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Liedl. Did you? And Mr. Doster.
Two for the price of one.
Should I start?
Sure.
Okay.
Get a picture as well here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Doster, appearing on behalf of Promote My Free Speech.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Steve Liedl, S-T-E-V-E, Liedl, L-I-E-D-E-L, of Dykema Gossett, PLLC. On your left, also appearing on behalf of Protect My Free Speech. On Wednesday morning, we submitted written materials relating to the 100-word petition, a summary prepared by the director for agenda item 3. I'm not sure if it's helpful. We have paper copies if anyone would like copies of our submission from last week.
Mr. Brady would like a copy apparently, and I think if you have copies, we will take them as well.
Thanks.
This is what,
Yeah, this is the thing they
This is
already
exactly
submitted.
what was submitted
Not new.
in electronic form on Wednesday. So you may have it in electric form or in a paper packet provided by the Bureau. If you don't, it may be helpful. It includes Protect My Free's proposed language. Just to keep things moving today, while Mr. Doster's passing those out, I'll keep moving. The initiative before you today is problematic. It's so problematic that Mr. Doster and I have been brought together. Both of us also agree that the director's summary unfortunately fails to comply with standards applicable under MCL 168.42B as detailed in our submitted materials. We won't go through all those details today. The summary includes several factual errors, and that's not permitted because Section 2B of MCL 168.42B requires that the summary consist of a true, not a false or inaccurate statement. And even if it is attempting not to be legally precise, it still must be true and accurate. All right. So here's an example of an incorrect statement in the summary. The initiative includes, or the summary includes the phrase, prohibit electric and gas utilities from making direct or indirect campaign contributions for state-level offices that regulate them. This one's inaccurate in at least 3 ways. First, under the proposed initiative, the prohibition does not, as the summary indicates, extend to all gas and electric utilities. It applies only to those regulated by the Michigan Public Service Commission, and the summary should be clear on that. Second, the prohibition applies to people, not places, to state officers, members of public bodies, or candidates, but not to offices. And third, offices don't regulate anyone, utilities or otherwise. While the Michigan Public Service Commission does regulate some electric and gas utilities, the governors and others subject to the prohibitions do not. The Attorney General does not. She's counsel to the commission. State senators and state representatives together can enact laws but do not regulate. They legislate. And candidates that aren't in public office don't regulate anyone at all. So to say that this applies just to regulated regulators is not accurate.
In addition to the, we're going to tag team to make this move along better. In addition to the numerous factual issues, several words used in the director's proposed summary are ambiguous. That's also not permitted under subsection 2D of section 482B, which requires a petition summary to be, quote, clearly written. That requirement precludes ambiguities, but the director's summary uses an ambiguous they or them 4 different times, and no one can determine who they or them are. For example, when the summary indicates that the initiative would, quote, prohibit electric and gas utilities from making direct or indirect campaign contributions for state-level offices that regulate them, does them refer to utilities or to campaign contributions? Unclear. This summary is not clear. Because each phrase used in the director's summary includes one of these ambiguities or factual errors, we do not believe it can be simply tweaked or fixed. We believe you need to start over with a new compliant summary. So Protect My Free Speech proposes the summary included in Exhibit A of our submission that I just handed out. This summary certainly complies with the requirements of Section 482B, and we strongly urge its adoption.
To comply with the statute, any summary adopted should address the following items. First, free speech. This proposal restricts constitutional free speech rights. Petition signers must be informed of the impact of the initiative on constitutional rights. Political contribution and expenditure limits operate in an area of most fundamental First Amendment activities. As Attorney General Frank Kelly noted, the First Amendment affords the broadest protection to such political expression. So the summary must inform signers that the initiative would restrict free speech rights because that's exactly the purpose of this initiative.
Second, voters must not be misled about the expansive range of people and organizations subject to the prohibitions under this proposal. The summary only indicates that the prohibitions would apply to, quote, gas and electric utilities and contractors with over $250,000 annually in government contracts, end of quote. But the initiative actually applies to a far, far more broader range of people and organizations. Beyond these listed entities of contractors and utilities, these prohibitions apply to affiliates, including any entity directly or indirectly established, financed, or maintained by a utility, contractor, or their principals. That's broad enough to include charities financed by utilities contracts or their principals and many others. Principals of utilities and contracts, including board members and their, quote, immediate family, end of quote, which is an undefined term here, majority and substantial owners and their immediate family, officers and their immediate family, and their, quote unquote, agents. That's broad enough to include a meter reader who is an agent of an electric or gas utility. The summary for this initiative must, absolutely must, indicate the broad range of people and organizations that will be subject to its prohibitions. Any summary indicating that the prohibitions apply only to utilities or only to contractors is misleading and not compliant with Section 482B.
The third of our 4 points for you this morning is that voters must be informed that the restrictions imposed by this initiative will extend to providers of gas and electricity other than traditional utilities. Large portions of this state are serviced by rural electric cooperatives. In many cases, municipal utilities provide gas or electricity. I would appreciate the discretion of the board to continue for just a couple minutes more. Great, thanks. In many cities, municipal utilities provide gas or electricity. Both co-ops and munis are subject to regulation by the Michigan Public Service Commission. The summary should inform all voters in this state that this proposal will apply to their electric provider, not just those other big utilities located elsewhere. The summary must indicate that the prohibitions would apply to rural electric cooperatives, municipal utilities, and other regulated gas and electric utilities.
Fourth and finally, the summary must inform voters that this proposal will greatly expand governmental regulation of a wide range of communications, not merely campaign ads. The new restrictions apply to everyone, not just utilities and contractors and their connected people and organizations. And they apply to these new terms, electioneering communications, public communications, and now internet communications. These restrictions are so broad that a charitable group that hosts an event with a governor as an honored guest that mails invitations to the event, just mentioning the governor, could get caught in or would get caught in the web of the initiative's regulatory scheme. A simple mention of a name or a photo of a government official or a candidate can be enough to trigger registration and reporting obligations and restrictions under this proposal. All of these restrictions and regulations are restrictions on free speech, and the summary should be clear that these restrictions would be newly imposed and enforced by government under the proposal. We are both here today in full agreement. This initiative is broad, applies to a wide range of people and organizations, and restricts free speech in an unconstitutional manner. The summary should advise voters of this purpose.
So we urge you to fix the summary. You can do so by adopting the summary proposed by Protect MI Free Speech, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Ms. Cummings? Vice Chair Gurwitz?
Right, you would agree that whether or not any particular piece of legislation restricts free speech or freedom of association is for the courts to decide, would you not?
Absolutely.
It's
Unconstitutionally restricts free speech.
right, it is not.
And we're not advocating the word unconstitutional to be placed into
No,
the...
but you're implied, you're saying.
Well,
No,
member-
but whether or not the word free speech and freedom of association incorporates the protections of the First Amendment and of amendments under the Michigan Constitution. So it is not for us to decide whether this proposed regulation is unconstitutional.
Member Gurwitz, we're not asking you to do that.
But you're asking us to say that it restricts free speech
Which is
and
exactly-
freedom of association and
Which is exactly which, since 1976, the United Supreme Court has said, even before Citizen United, that all regulations on political activities in terms of contributions and expenditures do. They are by definition a restriction. The only question is whether or not they're permitted under the Constitution or not. We're not asking you to make that decision or to indicate that they are unconstitutional. We do believe that voters should be notified that these are new restrictions on their free speech right. Every campaign finance regulation that imposes restrictions on contributions or expenditures is by definition, and this has been recognized by Attorney General Frank Kelly in an Attorney General opinion issued in 1998, that all campaign finance regulations do restrict campaign finance speech. The question as to whether or not they're unconstitutional, as Mr. Doster and I agreed that this proposal is for a later day, not this board. But we do believe that this proposal should notify all voters that this does impact their constitutional right to free speech.
And if I may, I want to answer you could continue to answer the question. This proposal is very broad and applies not just to quote-unquote campaign ads. I mean, this applies to the mailing of a Red Cross invitation for a charitable event. This applies to grassroots lobbying activities where every side of the political spectrum asks members of the public to support this piece of legislation or oppose that piece of legislation. And there are no exceptions here. Looking at the proposal's definition of electioneering communication, and this is what happens when you have a broadly written proposal. You come into the area of unintended consequences. I ask you, how does a local clerk send out AV ballots and not have to comply with these new electioneering commission disclosure rules? And let's go through their definition of electioneering communication. And this electioneering communication, and I'm looking right at the proposal, means a public communication by means of mass mailing that references a clearly identifiable candidate, regardless of whether the communication contains express advocacy, within 100 days of a general or within 30 days of a primary, and is targeted to the relevant electorate. And before you say that's a crazy result,
I was
then
going to say creative, not
no.
crazy,
There's no exception.
No exception.
There is absolutely no exception under electioneering communication for a public actor versus a private actor. So this is, in the law of unintended consequences, this is one of them. I hope they didn't mean to do that. But the bottom line here, and this is what we are asking this board to recognize and adopt as part of the proposed summary, is that this proposal seeks to impose new government restrictions on free speech and freedom of association rights.
Yeah, I'll make it even more interesting. You know, let's say I'm not, but if I were a social media influencer, right, and I pay different social media sites, not for particular placements of items, but generally, I pay to be, let's say I maybe get a blue check, and because of that, the algorithms promote my posts, right? And, you know, let's say, hey, I like Governor Whitmer and her buffs, right? You know, it's a fashion thing, right? But it happens to be during an election period, and I'm paying the service for that. Apparently, I'm now subject to reporting obligations if I spent any money on that, because I used her image and her name in my social media influencing post on fashion, not having anything to do with the election. That's what the proposal does. So, and it's both of these examples, far outside the scope of a campaign ad, right? So that's why we emphasize the point that it is inaccurate for the director's summary to limit them to campaign ads. It attempts to regulate a whole new form of speech that may not have anything to do with the campaign at all.
If I might, I'd like to respond to Member Cummings' question, because it wasn't answered. Sorry, but I realize that I'm talking with the former MDP General Counsel. I'm the former MRP General Counsel, and we both had administrative accounts, and I think that was the question that you were asking. Under this proposal, absolutely, they would have to disclose their donors. Under the definition of electioneering communication. And I would say for two reasons they'd have to disclose their donors. One, under the definition of electioneering communications, and then also this new undefined, when they got rid of Section 62J, or they were proposing to get rid of that, it's not merely supplementing what they did earlier, this promote, support, attack, what's the other, there's 4 words, promote, support, attack, oppose. I don't know what that means. I mean, what Mr. Liedl said was absolutely right. You could comment just using the person's name and say they have a wonderful family. Are you now supporting them? Does that now become an expenditure under the Campaign Finance Act? I mean, so it would absolutely destroy the bottom line answer to your question is it would absolutely destroy the ability of a state political party or a county political party to have an administrative account and run candidate issue ads. So I just want to make sure that, yeah.
Mr. Cordes.
When you, in your summary that you put forward here, you said regulate internet messages. I agree with you. When I read the definition, obviously that's extremely broad. Using something as broad as regulate internet messages, do you think this applies to, would a internet communication without a picture of a politician or a picture of an elected official or the name of a, do you believe that there is an unintended consequence that something that does not, does this go outside of the scope of something that doesn't include a elected official or a politician, even if it's not, you know, political in nature, like you said, the Red Cross?
Yeah, I mean, I think initially is, there are a lot of communications that no one would consider a reasonable campaign ad, right? Because you just happen to mention someone, right? Or username. You may be required to under law. For example, you may have to include the name of a county clerk when you're doing something, or other covered official. And so, it's so broad, I don't know that you can give a definitive answer to that, and we don't know how it will be interpreted. I also don't think, given the task before you today, that you have to cover the gamut of all the types of entities or communications that can be covered, right? I think that you could say something like certain internet messages or other communications or public communications. We're not suggesting either, that you include all of the offices that may be covered. I think that you can cover that by saying some state offices or certain local offices, something like that. We're also not suggesting that you list out all of the various entities that may be covered. You don't have room to do that in 100 words, but I think it's inaccurate to say just utilities or contractors. I think you need to say utilities, contractors, and related people and organizations, or connected people and organizations, something to that effect. So I think this is certainly doable in a way that's accurate. It doesn't have to be legally precise, but it does fully inform petition signers and voters. I guess all petition signers are supposed to be voters, that this is broader than just going after a big utility. This affects your rural electric co-op that does a great job in providing electric service to you. And you may not think it applies to you because you've never heard your co-op called a utility, but they are a utility regulated by the Michigan Public Service Commission for certain purposes. So that's what we're asking of the board and the director today. Make it clear that this is a bit broader, whether it's a campaign ad or a utility and a contractor, than what the summary that you have before you actually indicates. I mean, it's a long proposal, but you can still summarize all those things in a way that's accurate, and it doesn't have to be legally precise when you do that.
Help me to understand one piece here. As it relates to the internet, and you all know, I mean, you guys all live in an interconnected world where it used to be I might write you an ad, now I might participate in a social discussion on TikTok or on YouTube or on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever your favorite poison is. If I'm reading this correctly, and I'm hearing all of you correctly, Mr. Brady included, what I'm hearing is that if there is an issues discussion around a piece of proposed legislation or around a candidate or around a party, if there is a discussion happening out online, and this group over here, who is not a public utility or who is not a state contractor, can engage and can share their opinions, can share their ideas, can share their thoughts. But over here, you've got a public utility that suddenly now, because this is 100 days before a campaign or before an election, suddenly they have a muzzle on that they're not allowed to participate, or they can't legally participate in that discussion. Am I carrying this conversation too far, or is that also an?
No, I think, Chairman Housekamp, you raise an important point about the structure of this proposal and how you can effectively summarize it. It's doing a couple things, maybe 3 or 4 things, but there are 2 big distinctions, right? There are pretty much outright prohibitions on, engaging and working together to engage in the political process for the utilities, the contractors, and a whole host of people and organizations that might have some, tangential connection. Even if it's an officer of the company who has an immediate family member who is, they don't get along. They don't even talk, for example. That's why, for example, in 1998, Attorney General Kelly invalidated a state law, right, that attempted to regulate family members of persons with a casino interest because it violated their first speech rights. They didn't have anything to do with the company. And so there are the prohibitions that apply to, under this proposal, to the utilities, government contractors, and the connected people and organizations. Then there are the new reporting obligations or restrictions or regulations on how you do things that potentially apply to anyone. They're not limited to utilities, contractors, and those that are connected. And you could write it in such a way, because I agree with Mr. Brady, current law is not clear. Under the Campaign Finance Act, much of it was written in '76. There have been subsequent amendments. There's no clear guidance on the statute. If I send a text message, should I include a paid-for-by statement, right? This proposal would at least clarify that for current law, but it goes much further, right? Because it's not just limited purely to campaign communications. The examples that Mr. Dostner and I gave earlier would be included, and they don't meet your definition of, policy discussion. It could be a fashion discussion. It could be simply informing voters about who's on the ballot and what the ballot process is. And those in the past have been exempted because they don't expressly advocate for a candidate or not. And so we're removing the expressly advocate standard, and then we're expanding the scope of communications. That's what the proposal does, and we believe that should be reflected in any summary of the proposal.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay. The issues that are raised here regarding the 100-word summary, Director Brader, that you've prepared, I think are worth the board discussing. But before the board discusses it, I would invite you to respond to everything you've heard this morning.
Sure, thank you. Well, as always, my job is to draft the 100-word summary. The board's job is to approve a 100-word summary. It is never the case that there is one magical set of words that are the only acceptable summary. So can certainly talk about changes. I guess starting with Mr. Brady's comments, the order of it is not particularly important to me. I typically, my typical practice is to go just in the order it's written. So that's what I did here. If people want to rearrange it, I don't really have an issue with that. But I do think one, and it kind of came up in the discussion, there was a little bit of back and forth and possibly some confusion about, on the one hand, the changes to the Campaign Finance Act that expand the definition of an electioneering communication, or add definition of an electioneering communication to include anything that references a candidate, clearly identifies a candidate or issue, or candidate or ballot issue, even if it's not express advocacy. That applies to everybody, not just gas and electric utilities or contractors. That's everybody's covered by that. And then you have a separate new thing, which is limiting how utilities and contractors do. So I think it's a little more clear if you wait to talk about the utilities and the contractors, so people don't think when they read it that expanded limitation restriction on spending would apply only to the utilities. So that would be my thought there. Some of the other ones were relatively small. I mean, the in support of to save words, I mean, I could live without those words. I had actually considered not including them to try to save words. I think it's maybe a little bit grammatically persnickety of me, but I think it's a little bit cleaner when you're using advocate to say in support of, as opposed to kind of directly in front of the, I don't want to use the wrong transitive, intransitive. I don't want to have a grammar test here. I just think it's a little clearer with the in support of, but I think we could live without that and it would still be clear if we need to save those words. On the ending campaign ads, it doesn't matter to me. I think it's pretty clear that within the context of that sentence, that we're talking about who paid for campaign ads applies to internet ads. I think it's pretty clear that that would mean internet campaign ads, but if we have room for it, I don't really have any issue with that. In terms of the comments from Mr. Lidl and Mr. Dostra, you know, there was a lot of ground there covered, so I'm not going to attempt to rebut every single point that was raised. I think a couple things. I do think it's going to be difficult for the board to get into questions about how this implicates freedom of speech and freedom of expression without getting away from fair and impartial or prejudice. Obviously, this will be challenged in court. Sounds like there's already a pretty good brief getting drafted based on the comments we've heard. But I just think it's going to be pretty tough for me and for all of you to put that in a summary in terms of how that's going to play out legally. In terms of the regulate question, I really do think, I mean, I understand Mr. Lito was explaining that some entities regulate and some entities legislate, and some, he didn't say all this, but some entities might enforce or provide counsel to those who legislate or regulate. I think that's really legal precision. I don't think most people understand or care about that distinction. And I would even just say, as evidence in support of that, that even the proposed summary from Mr. Lidl and Mr. Doster uses the word regulate when it's talking about what the legislation would do, which is something that legislators do. So I think that's actually kind of supports my concept that regardless of whether you're legislating or whether you're a regulatory board, what most people think about is regulating. So I think that's the most efficient way of contemplating that. I think if it's helpful for people to understand what is meant by gas and electric utilities and contractors, you know, there were very long definitions in the petition about what they are. There are also definitions elsewhere in the Campaign Finance Act as it already exists in terms of family members and other things like that. So there are some tools within the Campaign Finance Act to help describe that. I'm not necessarily against trying to tweak that to provide some definition, but I do think it will be pretty tough to do it in a complete way, in an accurate way with the 100 words we have available. Just seeing if there's anything else that I thought. Yeah, you know, there were a couple things about the they and the them. I think similar to the campaign ads, I think it's pretty clear from the context. I'm not against changing that. Like, you know, even if they do not expressly advocate in support of voting for, or sorry, that's the wrong part. But where it says prohibit utilities from making direct or indirect contribution or offices that regulate them, you know, the them is meant to refer to the utilities, not the contributions. That was really a word-saving thing. You know, if you wanted to say the utilities or utilities, it would be okay with me. But I don't think that's totally necessary. If there's anything else. I think those are my main concepts. So basically, I'm open to some changes as always. I would just come back to what I said previously, which is that because of the lengthy explanation of the lists of offices, officers, candidates that you can and cannot contribute to if you're a utility or contractor under this, and the types of committees you could and could not contribute to, I think it would be tough to delineate them in a way that is not confusing. And we have considered in, I think, multiple other petitions, like when we've had issues like this, using phrases like certain offices, certain things, some things. I think when we do that, sometimes the pushback is that invites people to ask, well, which ones? Which ones are you talking about? Why are you saying certain officers? And I know that that has been a point against that too. So I steered clear of trying to do that for that reason. I tried to not legally precisely but accurately describe what I think the purpose was about the offices that are involved. But you know, if we can lose some words elsewhere, there might be possibility to consider that. So I think those are my main points of feedback, but it's certainly interested in what the board thinks.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question that, and this relates to public comment that was received. So I don't know that all of you have seen that. This is public comment that was received from a David Keating. at the Institute for Free Speech. And I'm relating to something that he had, everyone, of course, has suggested 100 words. We could build books on the 100-word summaries. So he also has suggested a 100-word summary. One of the pieces he puts in the 100-word summary, I'm just going to read a short piece here. It said, the initiative proposes laws to regulate and limit speech about public officials for up to 130 days per year in an election year. Here's the important part. It says persons who donate over $100 to fund such speech would have their names and home addresses published online. Director Brader, is that accurate?
So there are disclosure requirements for spending. I don't know that it would be $100, though. I might need some help from Adam on this one, because this is referencing existing requirements. I think the comment is meant to reference how the new requirements would interact with existing requirements. I would be hesitant to tell you without looking at more closely exactly what the threshold for the donation is and what specific entities on the disclosure would have to be included. It would be published. The disclosures are published online. So if I can have some time, I can maybe come back to you on the details of that. But it's generally true that when you make contributions and you have to report things, that that information about you does get published. Adam, can you off the cuff answer this, or do you need some time? Okay.
So the online posting requirement is not tied to the person making the contribution. The posting requirement is tied to a threshold with the candidate. So if the candidate meets certain thresholds, then they have to start filing online, then their information gets posted online. But candidates can have a reporting waiver, for example. There are school district candidates that are not even required to post online, depending on the population of the school district. So I don't think it's accurate to say just because I gave you $100 that means my information is going to be posted. It's because it's not based on me. It's my status of giving. It's based on your status as a candidate, right, and your levels and how much money you are raising, spending in your account, et cetera.
The bringing it up it ties back to how we present a 100-word summary for people who are considering signing this petition. And it goes back this way, and I maybe I'm putting the pieces together wrong here, but it strikes me that a whole group of people, a whole group of state voters working for everything from road construction crews to data entry clerks for public utilities are suddenly going to have a new set of restrictions that they have to be concerned about if they contribute, or if they comment, or if they are involved in the political process, either for advocacy, no matter how they advocate. And one of the outcomes of those, of course, is going to be the public filing requirements. Is that an accurate statement? Am I looking at this right?
I think that it's accurate that to the extent that the changes to law would result in more types of spending, more types of communication being disclosed, then that could in turn lead to more names of people who donate or information to people who donate to that being disclosed. I think it's because Adam explained kind of the nuance of when and how, it's hard to say definitively how much that would happen, but I think it's accurate that there would be additional situations where donors' information would be disclosed.
And I know, to go along with it, I understand your concerns about confronting using the words free speech in the 100-word summary, but to me, the 100-word summary has to reflect, it has to reflect what's real for the people on the ground who are going to potentially sign this. And it seems like there's an awful lot of regular people who are not board members or CEOs of public utilities who are going to be directly impacted by this piece of legislation. At least their voice is going to be I know we can't call that free speech, but their voice in advocating one way or the other is going to be severely restricted.
Yeah, well, so the 100-word summary does use the word restrict. I know there was some definition about, update or expand or whatever word you might want to use. I did think it was important to include that some of the restrictions on spending that previously were not there will now be there. So it does say that restrict and regulate spending on campaigns as applies to communications. So I do think there is a sense of restriction and a sense of speech in those words. Again, not tied to this exact wording, but I do think that is there.
Yeah, I think that's true, that what Mr. Liedl and Doster were suggesting was impose new government restrictions, and I think that what Director Brader has is expand laws that restrict and regulate, which essentially says the same thing, that regulates campaign ads. And so what it really is doing is more broadly defining the communications that would be covered. I mean, that, as I read it, the clearly identifiable provision, the electioneering communication provision, and the expenditure provision, all of those amendments expand the definition of the communications which would be covered. And with the purpose, as I read it, and Mr. Brady could perhaps help us a little bit here, the purpose is because there were a lot of ads that clearly identified or referred to or seemed to be advocating, but because there were certain words used or because they were not as explicit. So there were all sorts of ways of communicating, which were communicating but managed to avoid the disclosure requirements. And so what this seems to me to be doing, and what I think Director Brader's summary does explain, is that it makes more communications disclosable.
For some people. That's the operative, though. It's for some people.
I mean, there are a lot of communications that are already, I'm not sure about that. I mean, my contributions and yours, political contributions, are already disclosable, right? They're out there for everybody to see who I'm giving to. And the question that is addressed by this kind of legislation is who's paying for these communications, and it seeks to recognize that communications are made in many different ways that they were not previously made, that may be more significant than something that was explicitly recognized. For example, a placard, a poster, or a pamphlet. That isn't. I mean, requiring the disclosure of who paid for those things is not going to make a whole lot of difference, but requiring the disclosure of who paid for internet advertisements, that is a matter which this seeks to cover, and I think that Director Brader has in this limited space available, has accurately summarized that to communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions, even if they don't expressly advocate. So it's kind of complicated, but he's got it in there in a really concise way. And I'm not as worried as you are. I mean, I guess I'm not quite understanding what your concern is.
I guess what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing it again. I'm not an attorney, But what I see here is almost like a funnel. On the one hand, on the output side, we're talking about reforming and adding and bringing campaign finance law into the internet into the internet generation, into the internet culture. And I hear that argument, and I'm listening to that. But then in the same token, we're going down a funnel and we're saying now we're going to make all these new disclosure requirements. We're going to tighten things down and regulate them. And you are accurately describing that in your summary. But now we're going to get down to a point where we're saying, but it really only applies, or it's going to really affect these particular groups. It's going to limit a group of voters and a group of people. And I go down from not from your first section here of describing the new disclosure requirements, but I go to the last piece of your 100-word where it says, prohibit contractors with over $250,000 annually in government contracts from making direct or indirect campaign contributions for state and local offices that regulate them. Expressly require that the law requiring disclosure for who paid for campaign ads applies to internet ads. So the last meeting we had, we heard a lot about small business being affected by things that these petitions are doing. I think that this 100-word summary, I think, has to reflect to the people who are proposing to sign the petition that this petition only affects certain groups, but the groups it affects are pretty significant portions of the voting populace. And that's what without using the word free speech, I think we're still limiting a group of voters. I think we're taking away the ability for a group of voters to be able to express themselves in political campaigns, whether it's for candidates or causes. You don't see it that way? I'm sorry?
Because their names will be disclosed? Is that what you're saying?
Because I get to the word here where I think we've got to point out the fact that people's right to participating in the electoral process through campaign advertising, through campaign messaging, and now internet messaging, potentially social media, is going to be curtailed.
How is what I don't understand how.
Yeah, I don't either.
This petition is specifically laying out how disclosure will have to be expanded. And it's expanding that, and we're expanding these disclosures only to some groups. We're expanding them to people who are state contractors, who are contractors with contracts valued at $250,000 or more. We're expanding it to employees and of public utilities.
I think that's mixing up the provisions here. So there's an expansion of the definition of, an expansion of the kinds of communications.
Correct.
That are now disclosable.
Correct.
And then there are prohibitions, both with regard to
It's the mixing of those two
utilities.
together, I guess I'm trying to
Right. But I
sort
don't
my way
think they
through.
are mixed together. I think they're two separate, they're actually three. And I think that Director Brader explained that. So there is the change, the expansion, which he correctly says it's an expansion of laws regarding spending on campaign ads. So it broadens the kinds of communications that are now disclosable. And then it, in completely separate provisions, prohibits certain contributions with regard to utilities and contributions with regard to state and local contractors. But I don't think the expansion of the communication piece of this I don't think that affects the public utilities. Those are, yeah, maybe Mr. Brader has.
I agree with your view of it. I think so. No matter who you are, doesn't matter if you're utility or contractor. Currently, it's not considered an expenditure on a communication that is regulated by the Campaign Finance Act, unless you use words of express advocacy.
Right.
This would change that,
Right.
so that no matter who you are, if you're doing something that clearly identifies a candidate within the sort of what they define as the campaign window, those laws now apply to you for disclosure, limitation on spending, et cetera. donations, et cetera. So that's not limited to utilities and contractors. But there is something on contractors and utilities that is different from everyone else, which is they would be prohibited from making contributions to an array of campaigns. And that would not apply to everybody. That would only be for the utilities. So I think that's the distinction between those two provisions. And then also the third thing about requiring disclosure of who paid for campaign ads, making sure that that expressly applies to internet ads, that would also apply to everybody. It wouldn't just apply to the utilities and the contractors.
Let me read here.
Chair Houseman, is it all right if Mr. Brady comes up and makes a comment?
If Mr. Brady would like to come up and make a comment, I'd be open. You need you to turn your mic on, sir.
Not quite afternoon. Hello. So, great questions. Appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the questions that you had raised with opposing counsel and also amongst yourself. I don't know that I'll respond to all of them, but with respect to maybe the most recent topic as to expansion and coverage and the like, I would direct you to Section 51, which establishes thresholds for what kind of expenditures are required. Or I'm sorry, what expenditures would have to be or would be regulated. So this is existing statute, Section 51. The current threshold in the law right now is that any expenditure, independent expenditure of $100 or more, someone would have to disclose that. So it's not the contribution, the independent expenditure. As you see in the petition, we increase that amount. So in a certain regard, while it does, in certain respects, and I don't dispute, expand, as I said before, some of the coverage of campaign finance, the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, to cover, among other things, internet ads and the like, as we've all been discussing. It also actually will cover fewer people. For all of those people who make an independent expenditure in that gap between $100 and $500, they will no longer have to submit any kind of regulation or otherwise, because this would increase the threshold from $100, which is the current standard, which maybe $100 did a bit in 1976, but it's a pretty low threshold now. And so that expands out broadly to everybody in the state who makes an independent expenditure, this current law, everybody in the state who makes an independent expenditure of $100 or more, and that will increase it to $500, as you can see there. So to your question, does it expand it out broadly? Yes and no. Certainly in terms of the scope of the activity, no dispute. We're proud of this thing, right? That's why we're up here. But in terms of the coverage amount, it does actually make a shift for the first time, I think, since '76, to increase, maybe it's a different kind of nod to the passage of time and inflation, but makes an increase up to $500. So in that regard, anyone who is currently making an independent expenditure of $100, $200, $300, $400, $499, they currently have to file with the Bureau of Elections, campaign finance, all of that. They won't, actually. So I don't pretend, just as with the bridge card earlier, I don't pretend that that's the kind of thing that moves elections, but I note it nonetheless. It's not so much for an amendment, but just because it's a question that you've raised and that you're concerned with. In terms of the disclosure requirements, as I think the director has noted already, that and other folks have chimed in, consistent with this. When I make a donation, when you make a donation, that information's already made public. With the caveat, as Mr. Fracassi had laid out, it's not about the donor, it's about the candidate and this or that, but that's an important caveat that kind of makes all of this clear as mud and allows there to be a, consistent work for a subset of the bar. But anyway, just to say, the public comment that I did not see, but that you had raised, you kind of read aloud from an individual, that would be the one aspect that, or the one reaction just to kind of reaffirm what's already been offered, that in a certain respect, I think by, there's one way of thinking of this is that it more perhaps levels the playing field, because if you or I are making any kind of contribution, if I, were to print yard signs, $499, or frankly, beyond that, because it'd have to be beyond that. So if I print, $500 worth of yard signs and I pass them out, I'm covered by this new law with the 500. I would have been covered under the status quo as well. It's a yard sign, so I've got to disclose that. But if a different person is making an expenditure and they're focusing on campaign ads that are online, they don't have to disclose. And so all of a sudden, this, kind of the public forum speech and the like, what's consistently has been upheld is disclosure. And so while the individual public comment, and I don't mean to give that too much attention, but just to say their concern about disclosure, I hear that concern, and I note it every time I contemplate as a private citizen and as a voter, I consider making a donation. It's like, well, this is going to show up. Do I really want to have that show up, right? I mean, we've all had that experience. So in that regard, again, this gets to questions of policy, which I don't, said before, it's not the immediate task at hand. But in terms of presentation of it, I think it levels the playing field and makes it more consistent that all the other donations that would have to be disclosed, they currently are disclosed, would then apply to other people, as well. And I don't know that exactly how that kind of fully shakes out in the mix. Well, I have, Chair Housecamp, you also had referenced kind of a question I think you had posed just in terms of, when you were speaking about the utility aspect, and you said, well, if a lot of other folks are organizing on a particular topic in the lead up to an election, then utilities won't be able to, or the corporations, these individual vendors. I think that's
utilities and state contractors and so forth.
Exactly.
Let me ask you a question. And I'm not going to interrupt you because I want to hear the answer to what you're saying, but this has relevance to exactly what I think you're going to address here. On the way in here this morning, we went through, I drove through a couple of areas where a lot of road construction's happening, filled with people, some on shovels, some with equipment.
Sure.
They're just employees of state contractors. They're employees of contractors who have state contracts. I'm guessing that those roads are more than $250,000. So if you have an equipment operator out here on 96, underneath this petition, under this proposal, that equipment operator would also be impacted, right? If they decided to go and support a candidate or write a check or be involved in a campaign?
I believe the answer is no. I'll circle back to that. I want to finish the other sentence, though, just to make sure that it's not lost, is that if I had heard you earlier, just kind of with a related space, like, well, if there's a ballot petition or something that, one of these government contractors or someone else wants to weigh in on, they're losing their First Amendment rights. Well, they're not losing their First Amendment rights because this does not restrict in any way these corporations' ability to make independent expenditures. This is solely focused on their contributions to the same entities that make, I don't know, so if you're a contractor for whatever, maybe the roads example. If you're a contractor, state contractor for all of that, can you donate to your school district? I'm not an expert on this, but I don't believe, I think you can, because I don't think the school district has anything to say or do regulate issuing out the contract of road funding. Can you donate to your city council member? Not an expert, maybe it plays out different ways, but if it's a state contract for roads, I think you can. I think you still have all of those rights. Can you donate to your mayor? Same thing, I think you can. Can you donate to your, state representative? I think you can. I don't think that, I don't know that's, I think my understanding, and maybe a bit beyond, kind of illustrative example, but my understanding of those contracts for the massive sort of road construction that you're speaking to, that those would be allocated some sort of public procurement process with the Department of Transportation, not through the state legislature. If it was done through the state legislature, then I think it would be covered. So that's the kind of analysis I think you can break down. But that's only with respect to the contributions. It does not, this petition does not touch the ability of the utilities or those government contractors and their right to make an independent expenditure on their own, just like we all can make it independent expenditures. Now, that's just one thing I kind of want to clarify. Back to your question, I would direct you to answer, in answer to the question, to section 30B, which concerns state government contractors. And in 30B sub 1, it reads, a state government contractor, so not your guy, a principal of a state government contractor, or an entity that is affiliated with a state government contractor shall not make a contribution directly or indirectly to any of the following. And so under the fact pattern that I think I understood from you, and just, I was also driving through construction and saw somebody that's like, maybe we saw the same person or certainly a comparable person. I don't think that that person will look like a pretty sizable operation, unless the person happens to just enjoy using the large machines, but they're actually the owner. I don't think that they're covered here. It does cover, if you look under, it's a staff member, but staff member is limited. It's limited to, where's this? So it talks about entity that's affiliated, it talks about someone who served in an executive or managerial capacity. It says this paragraph does not apply if the person's a covered candidate, agent, immediate family, or staff member who does not participate and does not have actual or implicit authority, which, just as I read it, I know, oh yeah, the suggestion earlier that there were no exemptions, like, that's one exemption. I think if you read it closely, you may find some others. Yes, it talks about majority owner, talks about principal, talks about member of the board of directors, the sorts of folks that you might expect as a practical understanding, not in theory, but as people who read the news, educated folks like yourselves who are engaged and otherwise. It doesn't actually cover, it's simply not in here. It doesn't cover that contractor on the street, what contractor or employee or whatever that may be, the person kind of driving the rig or holding the sign or something else along those lines. In my experience, they tend not to be along for the ride on the visit to, the fundraisers, and the like as well. But, so there's that. And there are other things I could speak to, but I will, stand down and, unless there are other questions.
I do think it helps to clarify. If one goes through all of the coverage and the people who are covered and the people who are not covered in it, it would not apply to ordinary employees of public utilities. It would apply to people who are in a decision-making capacity, deciding, and that's serves in an executive or managerial capacity. Does not apply if a person is covered with agent, immediate family, or staff member who does not participate. Oh, that's
Forgive me,
I'm mixing up a couple of solutions, but it's complicated, but I think that the concern that Chair Housecamp has raised about just regular guys
right.
losing the ability to participate, I think that that's not a valid concern.
I don't believe so.
For public utility or state contractor employees or for anybody else?
I don't believe so. Again, reading the language, as I, just did and directing you to those sections. You mentioned, just as you were reading through just now, immediate family. Brother Counsel had offered an observation that immediate family is not defined. Immediate family is not defined in this section because it uses the definition of immediate family in the Campaign Finance Act, which you'll find at 169.208, sub 2. That's section 8. It's like the definitions, letters H and I, and then there's a word immediate family that just applies throughout, that definition applies throughout the Campaign Finance Act unless it is specifically defined otherwise. So that is actually covered. Not a huge point, but just so there's clarity on that. Maybe one other aspect. There was a concern, maybe I guess I will just do this. Brother Counsel had also offered a concern about a social media post appreciating an elected official's fashion and the like. So aside from the thresholds amount, which I think really, or rather like the threshold amount that we already spoken to in section 51, that I think would be the key piece. Does that actually cover, somebody posting online to say, look at this person's suit. I really like that. And it's within the time frame and the person's running for office. Does that trigger it? I'd suggest no, because I don't know that the social media posts have never even, I know some people who, that's their business. A single social media post as described is not $500. And if you're then spending money to boost your social media post within that time frame, maybe it's not just a social media post. I don't know. So that's one thing. Lastly, I think at the moment, the Brother Counsel also offered a question regarding a fundraiser of a nonprofit and a mass mailing. Mass mailing is included. That's true. And the $500 threshold might trigger that. Spending out like a large fundraiser, you might spend $500 to print out the cards and other things and do that within the time frame of the election. The section there that I think is beneficial to look at the specific language, so that's section 5. Section 5, sub 4, is where we introduce the term electioneering communication. And so I think the example that was given was, maybe there were a couple examples. There was the nonprofit. There's also the concern, and for a moment I hope that's not what it says. So the concern that a county clerk wouldn't be able to send out AV ballots. And I think the reading was something like, electioneering communication means public communication by way of, mass mailing. And then moving on to sub A, that references a clearly identifiable candidate, check. And then it says, and this seemed to maybe not be elevated in the same way, but I wanted to elevate it so you have that clarity. It says and is targeted to the relevant electorate where the candidate appears on the ballot. The Secretary of State shall promulgate rules defining the meaning of targeted to the relevant electorate. So in that regard, exactly what targeted to the relevant electorate means will be up to the Bureau of Elections and the Secretary of State. And in that regard, I don't believe that would create any concerns for a clerk or otherwise, any of those examples. I think that the targeted to the relevant electorate really is key and seems consistent. And again, you have expertise on up there of folks who have worked on campaigns. Have some understanding of what it takes to actually, the good campaigns at least, very mindful of the money and very mindful of the contacts. So I'm told. And so, people are targeting, because that's the key thing. You're trying to identify people that you might be able to vote or to bring to your side and get out and all of that. So those are just a couple of things. I don't know if there are additional questions, but otherwise, I can stand on.
Mr. Brady, thank you.
I think it's helpful, Mr. Brady, when you direct us to the specific language in the proposal because we all need to read it to understand what it says. And it's complicated, but I think that the language itself does address some of the concerns that have been raised in some of the contentions that have been made.
We'll give you a rebuttal, how's that?
We also appreciate the opportunity to point you to actual language in the proposal itself. So with regard to your original question relating to the recommended summary from Mr. Keating, I think there is language, as Mr. Brady indicated, on page 4 in section 51, but I'd like to point you to all of it and get you exactly at the issue raised by Mr. Keating. So there is the existing prohibition for electioneering communications, advocacy communications. If you engage in an independent expenditure of $100 or more right now under current law, you're obligated to report those independent expenditures. The threshold is increased for those purposes to $500, but in instances where 2 or more people pay for the expenditure, I'll point you to sort of mid-paragraph, right? So the report of that independent expenditure, has to include the name and address of the person, to whom it was paid, and the name or address of the person filing the report, together with the name, address, occupation, employer, and principal place of business of each person that contributed $100.01 or more to that independent advocacy communication. So if you have a group of folks, anyone that pays $100 or more, all their personal information is going to be reported. Secondly, for the new electioneering communications that are currently not regulated because they don't expressly advocate for a candidate or a ballot proposal or against one, right? Those aren't reported at all under current law. And so if they're of 5,000 or more, there would be reports, including, again, as indicated by Mr. Keating, quote, the name, address, occupation, employer, and principal place of business of each person that contributed 100 or one or more dollars. So those folks would have to report, and it would be public information, all that information. So the statement is correct that you read, Chairman Hauskamp, for Mr. Keating. There would be expanded reporting under this proposal of folks that spend $100 or $101.01 or more for new forms of electioneering communications not currently regulated or reported. I don't know, Eric, is there anything I'm missing on that one?
No.
I think then next, the question was raised, well, what about other folks, right? And I think the language that was missed in regard to the prohibitions, now this is the prohibition on activities. As you mentioned, government contractors, road contractors, utilities, yes, it applies to officers and their immediate family, owners and their immediate family, which is important for small businesses. Any sort of an owner in a small business that might otherwise do these things may now be prohibited because the owner owns 5% or more. But most importantly, it uses the phrase agent of either the utility or the government contractor. Well, I don't believe that's a defined term. And so undefined agent can mean a lot of persons. It's just someone who's authorized to act for someone else. So the flag person that has the stop or go sign on the one-line road you went by, they are authorized to act for that road contractor. A meter reader is authorized by a utility to go onto someone's property and act as their agent in obtaining information relating to things. We don't have a good definition of agent. That's the term the proposal uses. So that's why Mr. Doster and I have repeatedly indicated that when you reference these new prohibitions, right, that you need to reference not just the utilities and the government contractors, but other people and organizations, whether they're related or connected, because that's what the text of this proposed law actually does. It's an inaccurate summary if you fail to indicate that. I'd also note with regard to reporting immediate family members, how does state government enforce that, right? I'm a campaign. How do I know someone is an immediate family member of an officer of a business? Or I don't know. I have no way of knowing. Well, the state dealt with this before when they prohibited political contributions from persons with an interest in a casino supplier, or their family members, right? And they figured out in order to enforce that so campaigns and others could know who's prohibited or not, because I have no way of knowing who the immediate family member is of an officer of a government contractor if I'm a campaign. They created a registry database, right? So not just the casino owners and their suppliers, but their family members were required under state law to provide their information in a government database so these campaign contributions could be restricted. That's what the legislature did. Now, Attorney General Kelly said, hey, it's unconstitutional to apply this to family members, that prohibition, right? But those are the sort of things that will happen, right, if these amendments to the Campaign Finance Act are enacted, right? And you can say, oh, well, maybe the legislature can fix that. It's a much tougher task with an initiated law. To amend an initiated law in the future, it requires a 3/4 vote if this is approved by the voters, right? So it's important for folks to understand this now, because the highest threshold our Constitution applies to change a law would apply if this is put before voters and approved before voters. That's why it's so important to accurately advise them of the scope of individuals that may be affected and the scope of individuals that may have their private information included in public reports.
I had three rebuttal points that we just heard. The first was in a question to Chair Housecamp about the subcontractor, or is what I interpreted to be the subcontractor, and who's implicated by this proposal. According to the Department of Technology Management budget, there are approximately 905 state government contractors that would be prevented from making contributions and these charitable donations under this proposal. But then you have to add to that all of the subcontractors of those contractors that also have, a lot of these are like $5–10 million contracts, and then you have to add all the subcontractors, okay, and that are at least $250,000 annually. Then, of course, all their principals and agents and whatnot. And then you add to that any entity that received a dime, because remember, the standard is from the utilities or the contractors whether they finance another entity. So they give a dollar to the Red Cross, and now these people are impacted by these provisions. And then you add in the agent. We talked about the meter reader, and now you're talking about these initial 905 state contractors is the tip of the iceberg as far as all the people that are implicated by this prohibition. I have never applied for a state contract in my life, and I never, as sitting here right now, can honestly say I never intend to. However, because I'm an agent of a state contractor, I am now prevented. And I wouldn't have known that I certainly wouldn't have known that by reading this proposed summary. So the point here is that we need some sort of reflection, as we've tried to do in our proposed summary, of connected people and organizations to public utilities and to the state contractors. The second point here is, campaign ads, again, these are not just campaign ads. When all you refer to is a clearly identifiable candidate or ballot question, it's not just campaign ads. It's grassroots lobbying. It's charitable invitations that are sent by mass mail. I mean, there's a whole plethora of communications that are not just campaign ads. So to the extent that this proposed summary wants to limit these restrictions just to campaign ads is just false and certainly misleading. And the final point I'd like to leave you with was my unintended consequences crazy example. And I heard Mr. Brady talk about, well, yeah, it does apply as an electionary communication, but then he got down to, well, it's targeted to the relevant electorate. I can't think of anything more targeted to a relevant electorate than a local clerk sending out AV ballot applications, but But then he says, well, that's not going to happen because the Secretary of State shall promulgate rules defining the meaning of targeted to the relevant electorate. I don't care who the Secretary of State is. It's Hornbook law that an administrative rule cannot be contrary to statute. And the statute says is targeted to the relevant electorate. So again, they're hoping for the administrative rule to bail out their unintended consequences here. That's not going to happen here.
You know, your example of a local clerk sending out an AV ballot is ridiculous.
It is.
And
It absolutely is.
It is. You know, and right, because the clerk is sending out a ballot. She's not urging people to vote one way or another.
Correct.
In support of or in opposition to a candidate.
I agree.
And so it's not a covered it's not an electioneering communication.
Ms. Gerwitz, I didn't draft this proposal. That's
But
what
no,
it
but you are
says.
speculating about the way it would be applied, and your speculation is,
Hold on, one
It
second.
is ridiculous.
Please, wait just a second. Will the audience please, no applause and please no comments?
But that's the point. It is a ridiculous example. It's the text of their own proposal. We didn't draft this proposal, Ms. Gerwitz. This is what it says. Do I agree that this is ridiculous? Yes. Is this an unintended consequence? I would certainly hope that the proponents of this proposal didn't mean for this to be covered. But I don't invent, I mean, you heard Mr. Brady himself. He's hoping that the Secretary of State's going to adopt an administrative rule contrary to statute to bail him out of the unintended consequence. So he admits that, in fact, this is covered. So, yes, it's a ridiculous example. That's the whole point why I mentioned it.
Yeah, and Member Gerwitz, I would agree with you if this were just current law, because it isn't advocating for or against any candidate. But the law's being changed under this proposal, and it's no longer enough to say, does this advocate or does it not? It includes the name of a candidate. That's what triggers and gets you into the question of whether or not this is an electioneering communication or not.
If the clerk sends out a ballot which has a candidate's name on it. We talked last time, and I don't remember, it seems to me that you were a person, Mr. Liedl, who was saying that we should not engage in endless speculation about the possibilities of how it might or might not be applied. And obviously, if there is a change, and if the campaign finance law were expanded, as the summary says, that there would be questions about how that expansion applies to this communication or that communication. But
Yeah, I don't think you have to speculate. You can't speculate in your summary, right? But Mr. Doster and I, who don't often agree on this. The language is very broad. Not your job to decide what exactly it means. But our point to you today is that it's inaccurate and misleading to say it's just a campaign ad, because it includes communications that are much broader than what anyone in common ordinary meaning would understand to be a campaign ad, right? That's current law, right? Campaign ads are the expenditure of money, it's an advertisement, to advocate for or against a candidate or a ballot proposal. But we're not dealing with current law in summarizing. You're summarizing the change. And the change is this much broader concept of an electioneering communication that can be triggered simply by including the name or image of a public official or candidate for office. I mean, Mr. Doster and I regularly advise clients from a pretty broad spectrum of the population as what exactly are we required to do or not do. And our reading of that is it's very broad, and it would be misleading and inaccurate to indicate that it's simply just campaign ads. That's current law.
I think the example of the absentee ballot aside, I do agree that the expansion of this beyond traditional express advocacy, certainly, you know, when you say campaign ad, that is no longer accurate. I think you could summarize this where basically this expands restrictions on political spending and communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions. Because and it is no longer just campaign ads under here that are covered. Whether or not we agree with the example of the absentee ballot, certainly the amount of communications and the type of communications that will be that are now being restricted is much broader. Like that is a fact. It is much broader than what we would consider to be a traditional campaign ad. Now, how far that ends up going, that's one thing. But I think that if you just removed the spending on the campaign ads to apply to it and just say expands restrictions on political spending and communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions, I think that's probably more accurate. I have two additional things that I think that I'm kind of dialed in on a little bit, which is you guys say connected people. The language, I think, says affiliates. I do think just saying electric and gas utilities on its own is a challenge because there are clearly a lot of other individuals who are affected by this, whether we call it affiliates or whether we call it connected peoples, whatever. I think we need to find a way to put in there that it's yes, it's electric and gas utilities and others, whether it's, again, affiliates or connected peoples. I don't say either of those words very often, but if there's a way to add that in there. And then I can say, and I guess I have four things. So outside of that, I do think that when it comes to this expanding of what is going to be publicly reported, there are tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in political spending that occurs through issue advocacy or non-express advocacy that occurs in this state and the country. There's going to be a massive expansion of what money is publicly reported, and I don't think that you guys are hiding from that. It's kind of seems to be a portion of the goal. So I do think that trying to find some sort of a way to say that this has a massive, you don't have to use the word massive, but it certainly expands what is going to be publicly reported. And then my fourth thing on here is when it comes to how we're talking about who they're barred from giving from. I think there's an argument to be made that it should, when we just say state level offices, trying to find a way to we'll have to get rid of, we would have to get rid of some wording, but candidates, political party, I mean, it's everything. It's everything. And so, not everything, but certainly much more than just state level offices. So I think finding a way to add that in there would strengthen this. So that's kind of my general thoughts on this, if we want to start looking at.
I think it was interesting that you're saying that there's hundreds of millions of dollars spent on communications that are not, where we don't know where the money is coming from or who's spending that money. That's the point. That, and no, I mean, but that's what this is trying to do, is just, and the public can decide, if this gets to the ballot, they can decide whether or not this is information that they want to know, and whether it's relevant. But that's for the voters to decide whether they want to know who's paying for these communications. That's the whole point. I disagree with you, Member Cordes, on suggesting that it would regulate spending that it would regulate political spending beyond spending on communications, because this is focused on communications, but obviously expanding what kind of communications are covered. And that's, I think, I think that Director Brader has done a remarkably good job of putting together the things, the expansion of communications, because now communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions, even if they don't expressly advocate voting. That does cover some difficult concepts that are put forth in the clearly identifiable definition, which is now added to Section 3, the electioneering communication, which is added to Section 5, and the expenditure amendment, which is added to Section 6. So putting those, this is a complicated proposal, but putting those three together, as Director Brader has done, I think is as efficient a way as it can be done. I understand the concern about connect the utilities and connected entities, which may be sort of covered by direct or indirect contributions. I mean, that's at least arguable. If they are prohibited from making contributions directly, they can't do it through others. That would be an indirect contribution, which would be prohibited, quite apart from whether we are specifically identifying all of the sort of indirectly connected people, directly or indirectly connected people who could be making contributions. But the whole point here is that we have got 100 words to describe a proposal which addresses three separate and distinct, and each of them fairly complicated amendments to the campaign finance law. And when we look at what Director Brader has done to put those three things in as concise description as he can, I think he's got it. And I just don't know how some of the things that you're suggesting could be added. I don't know how you fit it in there.
Well, if I could come back to what you're saying, and I agree that communication, what my argument would be is not necessarily eliminating communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions, even if they do not expressly advocate voting for or against them. I'm not advocating that we remove that portion. I think it's more of a matter of, is it really accurate to say spending on campaign ads to apply to communications when really it's spending and communications, right? Like this, it's not we're not talking about traditional campaign ads. We're talking about a much larger universe of communications.
This goes back to the free speech. You're talking about anything that anyone would utter or post or reflect. You're talking about reaching out into what is now this internet landscape. You all are exposed to that. You see that. The lines that used to exist between somebody going out and hiring a printing company to make poster cards and mail them. That's yesterday. This is about communication, no matter where it happens. If I'm reading this correctly.
That is correct.
We're happy to provide suggestions that get you there within 100 words.
Well, and the other one here too, and Vice Chair Gurwitz, you were.
I'm also happy to provide.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Vice Chair Gurwitz,
2-on-1.
I'm also breaking down Director Brader's 100 words into three really vital areas. And I'm thinking of who the people are that are going to be asked to sign this petition or consider it, and a lot of the voters of Michigan are going to be the people. So to me, a big part of this comes down to the section that addresses how this is going to impact the average voter. And I'm still going back to the fact that the net effect here is a large portion, a much larger portion than you're willing to admit, of the voters in Michigan, I think, are going to be disenfranchised from being able to participate, to contribute to to candidates. When I go down to the section about, especially about contractors for the state, I'm hung up on that. Because you're saying here that we have to point out the fact that they're not going to be able to, you're going to have people who can no longer support a candidate underneath this petition, and I think we have to bring that out to folks. And go back to the 250,000 a minute. Contracts from the state, even whether they're 250, whether they're 10 million, we live in a component-based society. We live in a society where you may get a case in point, you may get a contract to be involved in maintaining a government building. It may not be your company that directly initiates all that work. You may put that out to bid to contractors that are parent and children teams. You may put it out to people where it's a two-person operation. When I read this petition, every single one of those people is impacted by the wording of what's in this petition. Every single one of those people is going to be impacted in what they can and cannot do when it comes to the next election season. When I read words like certain groups are prohibited from supporting candidates, certain groups are prohibited from supporting certain pieces or opposing pieces of legislation. It isn't just the board of the directors of DTE that's going to be impacted by this. It's the people like John and Paul who have a little two-man business. It's my neighbors. Sure, go for it.
Yeah, okay. Switching here.
That's your neighbors, too.
I think you're wrong.
We spend our lives that way, though.
Chair Hauskamp, if the folks you're describing, so, someone who's a subcontractor, perhaps your neighbors, if they have a contract directly or as a subcontractor with the government, and their contract is worth $250,000 or more, which is what the summary speaks to and what the petition, it accurately, everybody agrees on that, then yes, they would be affected to the degree that they would be prohibited, which is what Director Brader's summary says, from making direct or indirect campaign contributions. Can they make independent expenditures? They can. Can they make campaign contributions to some other, they have a contract with the city where you live, they can still make a contract to the governor. They have a contract with the state, they can still make a contribution to, I don't know, the Secretary of State, who doesn't regulate that. There are lots of other offices. They can make a contribution to a judicial candidate. I mean, the list goes on and on.
You are eliminating their ability to support or not support issues and candidates across a wide spectrum. You can't get around that, Mr. Brady. And I also say to you that what you're describing in here and the way that your petition is written, this is a hit mostly to small business, to be honest. This is a hit to people. Stop it. No. We're not going to have audience participation here. What you have here is that the way this is worded is if there is a $250,000 contract and 5 little one-man operations get together and win that bid, every one of them is obligated to follow your new law.
I don't believe so.
Well, but that's not how it's written.
Well,
And as we put forth a 100-word summary,
right.
I think it's critical that the people that are being asked to sign this are aware of the fact that they could be one of the groups that's no longer going to be allowed to support their local choice in a senator or their local choice in a congressman or their representative or their local choice for proposal X.
And
that has to be in the summary.
And on these points, I agree with you.
Okay.
I want to make clear to folks that, who's covered and who's not covered. And if I may direct you back to the specific language of the petition, just kind of collectively, it's grounded in that. May go without saying, but I'll say it anyways, like, not everybody's going to support this. That's okay. We live in a democracy. Well, folks are interested in exercising their right. They're going to canvass. They're going to try to make the pitch. If they're successful, the law will change. I mean, you know how this all works, right? If they're not successful, then it won't. And that's to be determined in our, laboratory of democracy, all that. So what I don't want to have happen, and we are absolutely on the same page on this point, maybe most of the points, I think.
Close
but,
to the same page.
No,
That's okay. Go
I
ahead.
want clarity. I don't want anybody confused about what this is. We're proud of what we're putting forward. That's why we're putting it forward. And so if somebody's going to be affected by this, I want them to know that. I happen to think Director Brader's summary does that, but I'm open to other, thoughts. I, hear you on member quotas and the like. But to get back to your comment about the, 5 people come together, they get a contract worth $250,000. Are each of them covered? There's an objective answer to that, and it's in section 30B. Because I think if I understand your point there is that they would then be subcontractors. Because the entity itself, if they are a partnership in an LLC, then
They would-
the LLC
they
is
would probably
responsible
be
and they're not
subcontractors.
able to do that. If they're the 5 members, then I suppose they would be, principal owners and all of that. So in that circumstance, they would be covered. If there's a $250,000 contract 1 year with a governmental entity, and it has a subcontractor to these 5 different entities, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, they're not covered. I hope we can agree on that, because the subcontractor in that scenario would not have a contract or be a subcontractor with the government for $250,000 or more within the year. Do you follow?
I'm listening.
Okay, so anyways, to your observation, or to your question, $250,000 within a year, if it's 5 people coming together to form the partnership and they have that contract, yes, those 5 members, I think, fall clearly under the definition of principal of a government contractor and who is covered there. This is in subsection 9 for purposes of this section. It defines sub 9 sub F, principal of a government contractor. So in that scenario, I think they would be covered, just as you're raising the concern. If, however, the one contract is $250,000 in a given year, and they're then kind of distributed out to something in the range of, inherently less than that, 5 different contracts to subcontractors, each worth $50,000, I think this language clearly does not apply to them, because the individual subcontractor, mind you, does not have a contract with the government worth more than $250,000 in a given year. So that's, I hope, providing some clarity.
I
there.
understand how you're answering that. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm not sure we disagree. My point is still, I believe Director Brader did a beautiful job. I love your writing. I always love to read your writing. I think, though, that the focus of this 100-word summary, at the very least, we have to rearrange it so that it right up front lets people know that there is a group of voters. They could be included. Their family could be included, who will no longer be able to participate the way their neighbors do. And that's exactly what you're putting in this proposal. Some people will be able to write checks and contribute to whoever they want, support whoever they want. Some people will not. I have a trivia question for you, though, before you ask your question. Here's a what if. So go to the utility companies a second. So you have a utility company that in here is now prohibited, if I'm understanding, from supporting a candidate, correct? Prohibited from supporting a campaign, a public utility?
Well, I'll direct you to Mr. Doster's, I think it's August 4th, public comment, where he noted that I think Section 54 already prohibits utilities from direct contributions to candidates. So that's status quo,
Yes,
but
so that would be prohibited from a direct contribution. It doesn't affect their employees, right?
With employees, you're referencing then,
The
like the
employees of a
principals?
public utility, are they allowed to directly contribute?
So refer you back to the language of the statute. So the Section 30A, for those following at home, and otherwise. So Section 30A, for purposes of the section, that's subsection 5. So a majority owner would be a person who owns an ownership interest of 50% or more, which
Or an officer or
Sure.
managerial?
And then we get to principal, that's subsection D. Principal, includes individual who's a member of the board of directors, all of that, not what you're talking about.
Keep going.
And then
Down
it
to
says,
the managerial level now,
an
right?
individual who was employed by the utility as a president, chief executive officer, treasurer officer, who holds similar responsibilities with respect to electric utility. I don't think that's what you're talking about. The next one is an agent of the electric utility, gas utility, or principal of the electric utility or gas utility, including their lobbyist or lobbyist agent as defined in Section 5 of the Lobby Act. So
I read a piece in there too about somebody on a managerial level. Did you miss that, or did I miss it?
why, so the list goes, I think that's all of, that's everything for the definition of principal. There's staff member, though, and staff member includes, that's in subsection E, an individual who during the prior 2 years has been employed or served in an executive or managerial capacity. So this is your, I think we've landed at where you wanted to go.
So managers and white-collar workers, in effect, are prohibited, but staff member, anybody below a managerial level can still contribute.
It says executive or managerial capacity. So, and that prohibition would apply, yes.
You see the line you're putting in out? I mean, you know, again, so you've got a line manager over here, and you've got somebody working over here who's not a manager. Both in the same company, one can contribute, one cannot. I believe that the 100-word summary has to call some of that stuff out. I don't know that this comes under the heading of, I don't know that this is called out as free speech, but I think it borders pretty close to that. You're saying that some people can do this and other people cannot. Some people can support their local choice for representative, but some people can't. Some people can write checks to this campaign and some people can't. And I think that has to be, that has to be an enormous part of this 100-word summary, because that's going to impact the people who potentially will sign this petition.
I hear you on that. I'm open to certain ideas along those lines. I don't disagree or oppose the concept that you've raised. I'll say as a practical matter, and maybe this kind of gets to the how do we grapple with this as a practical matter? Having had the good fortune of serving in leadership roles, I suppose this doesn't really matter. It's maybe an explanation as to the rationales behind it. And I told you that that's not really relevant. But to the degree that it's drawing a line somewhere, like my experience in the world, and maybe this tracks with yours, is that at a large utility or a small utility, they're bringing in the line worker, individually when they're going to negotiate the contract, versus are they bringing in kind of executive leadership or management? I mean, that's the rationale behind it. But again, as I've stated, not relevant to your immediate task. And but I hear what you're saying. Not opposed to that. I'll think about it. Welcome your ideas.
This kind of goes along to this way of thinking. Again, kind of probably going to repeat myself here a little bit because, and when we say prohibit electric and gas utilities, again, they say connected people. But really, I think that what Chair Hauskamp wants to, I don't want to speak for him, put words in his mouth, but it is more than just the entity, right? It is connected individuals or connected senior individuals to that entity or the contractors who are barred from giving.
Yes. I think the language of the petition is clear in that regard.
Yeah.
In terms of my understanding from the prior statements from Director Brader was that he was trying to capture that through the words indirect. But again, I think that the language in the petition is fairly clear that, as I just walked through it, senior leadership, kind of how we describe that. So it's utility management, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I hear you, I'm not opposed to it. I'll think about it.
I guess when I think too of direct and indirect, and maybe this is just from a campaign world, I think of indirect as maybe like a in-kind contribution or something like that, rather than actual, I don't interpret it direct or indirect as, a corporation versus an individual. That's not where my head goes, but I understand the rationale. And then I have one question for you too. This kind of goes back to my first issue with whether or not we use the word campaign ads rather than just communications that clearly identify candidates or ballot questions, even if they do not expressly advocate. I mean, your goal in this is the expansion of what sort of communications are regulated, right?
Plainly, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that's more what I'm getting at, is it's not just the campaign ads, it is a myriad of communications that are not currently covered that are now going to be covered.
To the degree, of course, I mean, as noted before, and kind of it seemed to have, been well received and understood collectively, including opposing, counsel, that, updating, or as Director Brader uses the term, expanding the laws to cover the modern age that we find ourselves in so many, years after the clear articulation of many different forms of print from 1976. So yes, it, inherently in that regard, it does expand the types of communications and the like. Of course, it would still have to be with respect to campaign. I don't hear serious pushback on that front versus kind of ads in general or other things along those lines. We are talking about campaign ads. We are talking about, all of that. And then,
Well, even, I don't mean to interrupt, but even you said something along the lines of, if it was an invitation that isn't necessarily campaigny in nature, but maybe it's got a tinge of it, right? Like when we're talking about an invite that might go out with a candidate's likeness on it, that is not specifically a campaign ad, but maybe utilized to help build some name ID or some awareness about that particular candidate, right?
I believe I did reference it, someone else, opposing counsel had raised that as an idea. It resonated with me, frankly, because of my experience in politics and as a voter and someone who gets called for fundraisers, is that I've seen exactly that kind of thing happen. Maybe you have too, but there are clever lawyers who do their job well, who understand exactly what the rules are, and they comply with the law. That's exactly why people go to them, as well they should. So this is an effort to change what those laws are, along those lines. And so could it cover that? Like, maybe, but I also know from experiencing, and maybe you've seen this, maybe you haven't, that happens. People do that intentionally. So.
Any questions for Mr. Brady? Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
So, Director Brader, I've been busy drawing while we've been listening, but you've got 3 sections, as you've already identified. Your first section in your 100-word summary, going down to in support of voting for or against them. Your first section deals with, in effect, new restrictions on campaign finance or on campaign communication.
Yes.
That's fair.
Yes.
Then you have this joiner piece in the middle. I'm going to call it a joiner piece. You have this piece in the middle that says prohibit electric and gas utilities from making direct or indirect campaign contributions for state level offices that regulate them. And I see what you did there. That's a really elegant way to take the first section and the final section. And the final section you've got really deals with this whole idea of contractors or companies who are doing business with the state and their ability to campaign, their ability to participate in campaigns. Is that?
I would say that utilities and contractors, I might say, are like 2A and 2B. So section 1 would be expanding the restrictions, regulations on campaign spending, communications. Section 2 would be utilities 2A and contractors 2B and the limits on them. And then C would be, or 3, sorry, would be the internet ad stuff. Internet communication.
Internet ads would be on their own at the end.
Yeah, that's how it's structured now, but I know that we're talking about.
I think Director Brader explained that that was the way it went in the proposal itself.
Correct, and I was restructuring it as we were sitting here thinking. So what I just said to you was my restructuring, in effect, my drawing lines on your piece here. So I see what, so really applying to the internet ads really is kind of part of that really first section, isn't it?
There's some similarity in the sense that both the expansion, restriction on communication spending on campaign communications, and also the requirement that the disclosure of who paid for communications also applies to internet ads or internet communications. Those are separate parts of the Campaign Finance Act that are being amended, but they do both apply to everyone, as opposed to the utilities contractors provisions, which apply only to utilities and contractors, and however else you want to describe that universe of people.
So, go ahead. Take a shot.
Your concern about, and I understand it, about the people making contributions, about whether it's government contractors or public utilities. The goal, which you seem, I don't know if you agree with it or not, but obviously what it is to prohibit the making of contributions to the people who are deciding whether to give you something, right? It's that kind of quid pro quo that is the subject of concern and the goal of the proposal. So it's not to.
I understand the textbook approach to this, but that's not the practical approach. The practical approach is there's a significant number of people who, if they sign this petition and it goes on the ballot and they vote for it, will no longer be able to participate in elections the way they do today.
No, to call it a significant number of people seems to me to be really incorrect, because it's a fairly limited number of people who are in control of the entity, whether it be a contracting entity or a public utility. I mean, how many people are deciding what, are actually making the decisions with regard to DTE? Okay, it's not a contractor of DTE, it's not an employee of DTE, it's the people who are at the decision-making level with regard to what they're doing with the regulators and the I'm not being articulate here, and Lita is laughing at me, but clearly it's the buying influence that is the goal, and there are not, your neighbor or mine who works for DTE or consumers is not the person who is going to be precluded from participating in elections or prohibited from making contributions. It's the guy who's really involved with running the entity.
I think it's not that crystal clear, though, and that's the problem I've got. That's why I kept focusing on the contractor side. Mr. Doster, you're shaking your head no at me.
May I?
Well, yeah, I want to be careful that we don't.
All I'm going to say is agents. The word is agents, okay?
I know, I get it.
what Ms. Gerwitz is saying is that the people at the top, but that's not, the proposal doesn't stop at the people at the top. By including the term agents for both public utilities and and for the government contractors. Do I have to go to the mic? I'm sorry.
Well, you're getting close enough.
Anyway, I've made my point.
I got it, okay. So here's even regardless of how we describe agents, there's still this girl, Vice Chair Gerwitz, you very conveniently put all of the executives of DTE into that bubble. That's great, except that I still think that's why focusing on the contractors and the subcontractors. I think that if you've got a road contract out there and you've got 5 very tiny little companies who all might get a $50,000 commitment from the company they work for or the group they answer to, this is not as cut and dried as a small group of people who are influencing politicians and we want to stop that money flow. That's not what this is about. This is about a lot of people who are small business people, who are involved in team efforts to try to win business. That's really what you're cutting out here. And I don't even mean just cutting that. I'm saying that we have always, as a board, when we get a 100-word summary, we have always, I think, tried to look at how do we not disenfranchise anybody's voice, anybody as a voter, not their vote, and by extension, not their voice. And I think that this does restrict that. And so I think if we're going to put that, if we're going to write a 100-word summary, or we're going to have a 100-word summary, we should tell the voter right up front, this could impact your ability to support your favorite candidate.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have a question for the attorneys. You know, I know there are a lot of organizations, businesses that have political action committees that are funded by regular employees. They can throw in, you know, $20, $50. Would this prevent utilities from having those political action committees that average workers do contribute to?
Would this restrict unions from contributing?
Member Cordes, the answer to that is an unequivocal yes, because under Section 30A of their proposal, I'm sorry, I'm going to it here, they have it also applies to entities affiliated with the electric utility or gas utility, and it says if the entity is directly or indirectly established, financed, maintained, or controlled by the utility. Certainly, a political action committee is certainly established, financed, not into their direct campaign coffers, but certainly maintained and controlled by the utilities. So the employees' voices for those utilities would also be silenced under this proposal.
Right. I think you should also consider that, you know, you used one large utility as an example. There are others that are covered, including rural electric cooperatives, which provide electric light switch. They have boards. Rural electric cooperatives were established in the New Deal, right? They are governed, they're owned by the users of the electricity. Who's on the board of rural electric cooperatives? Farmers, small business owners, ordinary residents who just happen to pay an electric bill, and all their family members would be subject to the prohibitions because they're board members under this, in addition to the local community member who serves as an officer.
I want to be careful that we don't grow this conversation beyond where it is. So I'm going to ask you gentlemen to go back to your seats.
Well, that's why we just
But
suggest connected people and organizations. That covers
I get it, and I appreciate your comments. They're well taken, and
If I may make a suggestion, Mr. Liedl has some, we've been listening to the comments here, and Mr. Liedl, if you want to break for lunch, we could have something.
Here's the deal, guys. There is no lunch here today.
Oh, no.
We're doing this cold turkey. So,
Well, then forget about my suggestion about
There you
breaking
go.
for lunch. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Brady, you obviously would like to answer that question, and out of fairness, but if you're going to answer it, you have to come up to a microphone. There we go. And you have to turn the mic on, too. There you go.
I just noted that, Member Cordes, you asked the attorneys, and so
Yes.
I wanted to just, return to the question you had asked and say that I agree with Member Doster that to the degree that it is established, financed, maintained, or controlled by the entity. And I'm familiar with some of these employee set-up political action committees and otherwise that, like, it is possible, in my experience and understanding as a lawyer and as an employee and otherwise, for some of those to be established, financed, maintained, or controlled in a way that does not involve the entity. So is it possible? Yes. Is that the norm? I don't know what the norm is. I know that there are some situations where it does actually, the entity itself, in this case we're talking about utilities, the entity itself is involved in the establishment, the financing, the maintaining, or the control. And if that's the case, as it plainly is in many circumstances, though not all, if that's the case, then yes, it would be covered. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Director Brady.
What I'm hearing, trying to narrow down to the things that I think are ultimately going to be most important in getting a summary approved here. So I still think my summary's fine. It seems like Member Gerwitz does, but we've heard from Chair Housekamp and Member Cordes about a few different things that they sort of zeroed in on. One was the sort of campaign ad wording versus communication, political communication. One, and probably the one discussed most extensively, is kind of the idea of connected people or people in organizations, sort of adding a little bit more heft to how people understand the contractors and the utilities. Another one was kind of going back, specific mention of disclosure of donors or people who, public disclosures for spending being expanded. And then another one was kind of, sorry, going out of order here, but going back to utilities and contractors, that the universe of entities that they can contribute to goes beyond like offices or candidates, making sure it includes parties, things like that. So I think it's possible moving some things around, maybe condensing the utilities and contractors clauses and taking out some of the details about state and local because they're different. We were talking about utility or contractor. I think it's possible to get a little bit more description in there. I'm also okay with like moving around the language and starting with the utilities and contractors. Seems like I don't think anyone necessarily is opposed to that. So I think if we want to take a short break, we could draft something up. We've sort of already got something drafted. We could put it back and see what everybody thinks of it. Okay. Is that reasonable?
Go ahead, Mr. Cordes. You were going to say something? No, I'm good. Okay. So, Director Brader, if you're going to take a stab at it, one thing I just wanted to clarify is it's the focus that I keep trying to come back to is that this petition impacts a lot more people than just the utilities and just a few contractors who are making a lot of money for the state. It truly does. And I think it impacts it. And in addition to that, it does place restrictions on campaign communications, as you've already pointed out. And it brings a whole new family of those communications in by way of the internet, as you already pointed out.
Right.
But if you could find a way to let, the two things I think people need to know is this could affect you, not just some big corporation somewhere. And it's going to restrict advertising and communications.
Right, yeah, got that. And I think we can try to work that in and see what both sides and the board members think about it.
Should we take a break?
Yeah,
what do you propose time-wise?
Did we get sandwiches? We did actually get sandwiches.
Don't tell everybody.
We were, not for everybody, sorry. We were overly optimistic about the speed of this meeting for the second straight time. But we'll, but I think, what do you think, 30 minutes, Adam? We can probably get something back to you in about 30 minutes.
So if we broke until 1:15, would that?
Yeah, yeah.
So we'll be in recess until 1:13. Thank you.
Just as
I'm
a
sorry,
reminder.
1:15, yeah.
Just as a reminder, folks do have to clear the room while the board is in recess. Thank you.
So
I don't know. I think they did their own
maybe do their
version. Okay, well.
Edit to their edit, yeah.
Okay, well, we can talk about.
Director Brader, you have kindly reworded your 100-word summary.
Yes.
If you would, sir, could you read that to the audience? Read that to us?
Sure, so I won't repeat all the things that I was trying to address. I'll just read the new summary, which I'm proposing, which is initiation of legislation to prohibit electric and gas utilities, contractors with over $250,000 annually in government contracts, and people and organizations with substantial connections to these utilities contractors from making direct or indirect campaign contributions to those who run for or hold offices that regulate them. Expand campaign finance laws and restrictions that regulate spending on political communications, including laws that require disclosing donor information, to apply to communications clearly identifying candidates or ballot questions, even if they do not expressly advocate voting for / against them. Expressly apply the law requiring disclosure of who paid for political communications to internet political communications. And that would be 99 words.
Thank you. Comments? Ms. Cummings?
I do too. It gives the ability to, with more detail, add this thing about substantial connections. It makes sense to me, and it makes sense to put together the prohibit electric and gas utilities and it makes sense to put together the prohibition on contributions from political electric and gas companies and contractors, because the restrictions with, it allows an expansion of the term to substantial connections to those utilities and contractors, which is what I think that you were looking for, to make clear that this applies to those with connections as well as to the entities themselves. And those same limitations, or that same clarification is applicable both to the electric utilities and to contractors. So that makes sense to me. And I think that the explanation of the expansion of campaign finance law is really excellent.
Mr. Cordes.
I don't have anything for right now.
Are you?
I'm still just reading. But I certainly think that the changes that I'd advocated for are taken care of in here.
I would like to comment more now, just because I've had more of a chance. So first of all, I want to say I did think that Director Brader's initial summary was very good, and I was, for the most part, happy with that. But I do concede that this one seems to have more. It's definitely meatier and kind of expands more on things and gives the voter or the person who's going to sign more of an idea of what it is. It's definitely more specific and did seem to address some of the issues that were brought up in our discussions.
Just one question as regards to from making direct or indirect campaign contributions to those who run for or hold offices that regulate them, regulating the utilities. Is that just a technical point? Does that cover every elected official, every state elected official? Does that?
No, I mean, so it's meant, again, to concisely describe the long list of offices that, or candidates that utilities and contractors, respectively, would be prohibited from donating to. The lists are different depending on whether you're talking about utilities and contractors, which is why I initially structured it, and because of that and because of the fact they're in sort of different subsections of the proposed initiated law is why I listed them out separately. I think the biggest, for utilities, it is state level officials that they're prohibited from contributing to, but not all of them. It's like not Secretary of State and one or two others, some of the other commissions, but several other state level ones. And then for the contractors, it is, I think it includes a different set of state officials, but then it also includes local people running for local office if they're within their jurisdiction. So that's impossible to all explain concisely. But so I took out references to state or local just because I was condensing this definition. But whoever you are, again, the idea is the purpose of this is to prohibit the contributions for those that are regulating you. So that is how that is now structured.
Could I make a request that you just that you keep what you've got there, except that you remove the words "that regulates them," and just put a period after, or put a semicolon after "hold offices"?
So the concern I would have with that is that you're not prohibited from making contributions to all offices or all candidates. So that regulate them was meant to describe the subset in a, admittedly not legally precise way. I do think there needs to be some accounting for the fact that it's not every single office. And, the other way that sometimes we've approached doing that is to say certain offices or some offices. But again, going back to that point of if you say some offices or certain offices, then that invites the question of, well, which ones? So I'm certainly open to different phrasing. I do think that the way I have it is an attempt to describe how the list of offices or people who are running for office applies to each entity, respectively, that is prohibited from making some of these contributions.
Any other comments? You have any other words that you would put in that place?
I can think about that. I can't think of something offhand.
I'm not even, and I'm not sure that that's a showstopper. I'm just asking.
I think that limitation is really necessary, because otherwise it would really limit them even further, which I think you don't want to do.
What are you opposed, why are you opposed to that? I only ask because,
I
go ahead.
I think that the net effect of this is it's going to be to shut down a lot of contributions to a lot of candidates and a lot of causes. And in the words, and that little clause about how it only limits the ones that regulate them, I think is going to become a football. We're not passing legislation here. We're writing a 100-word summary for somebody to understand.
But if they're not, if it's not for, they can still give to other candidates as long as they're not holding office that regulate them. So it does seem necessary.
So the real net effect is if you get elected, try not to get onto the Public Service Commission. Is that the, okay.
Although I don't think that's an elective office.
Are there,
That's where you can get appointed next. From the Board of Canvassers to the Public Service Commission, right?
I might not have that much runway left. Okay, do you have? I don't have any questions. Anybody else with changes to this or? And, you know,
I want to suggest that I don't want this to turn back into people coming up and, as we've talked about.
I don't want to litigate this down
Okay.
to the nth.
I appreciate that, because we're going to be here all day.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Are you prepared to entertain one?
If somebody wants to offer that, I would, I don't know that we're going to, I do, before we make a motion, I will acknowledge the fact that we have had counsel present us with an alternative. Is there anything in that alternative that you feel needs to? Is there anything in here that you would change to go with this? Or is there anything here you feel is misleading?
Appreciably different, but.
I don't either. I think it's similar.
But I think Director Brader's summary is one that really will inform people
I'm sorry?
about, I think that Director Brader's summary is one which will inform people about the nature of the proposal that they're being asked to support, simply by signing a petition. Whether they'll support it later on, that's up to the voters. But I think, given what we're trying to do with a 100-word summary, I think that this does, it does what we need to do.
I'm going to, here's the deal. I'm going to give 1 minute. He's going to put the timer on. If you're in mid-sentence, I will cut you off. No, hold on, just a second. There's more. There's more here. I'm going to take one designate from your team and one designate from Mr. Brady's team. That means 2 minutes, each of you gets one, okay? Is that fair? And then we're going to go for a motion.
Who goes first?
I'm sorry? If you would both love to, if you guys both want to sit together, that's in the interest of world peace. I'm all for it, sure. Mr. Leal, you want to go first?
Two quick comments on the actual language and just a procedural item. I caution the board against setting precedent that a summary can be prepared by the Director of Elections and the board doesn't receive any public comments on it. So appreciate the moment we would suggest two changes. The first, as noted by Director Hauskamp, striking that regulate them. It's just not an accurate statement. Local governments don't regulate most contractors. They don't regulate utilities. There are many folks in state government that don't regulate, and candidates that don't hold an office certainly don't regulate anyone, right? So it's a false statement. I think that can be corrected by, as Director Hauskamp, or as Member Hauskamp has suggested, just striking who regulate them. And then you can get at that concept by just adding the word regulated in front of electric and gas utilities. So those are the only two changes we would propose, add the word regulated and strike who regulate them.
And strike who regulates them?
Yeah, who regulates them.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brady, now it's your minute.
I liked the summary earlier with the edits that I shared this morning. I think Director Brader's amendments this afternoon seem to reflect all of the feedback that you had offered, so I share that assessment. I am not opposed to including the word regulated with that extra word. So, you know, I can concede that. I do think it makes sense. That's the prohibit regulated electric and gas utilities was his second proposed amendment just now. I'm not opposed to that. There's one word remaining there. I do think it makes sense to include, to your question about that regulate them, that is not legally precise. I don't disagree with his assessment there, but given the full 3 hours of discussion or 4 hours, whatever it is, legally, you know, precise is not the requirement in the statute explicitly. And to remove that suggests that there's a larger prohibition, which is simply not accurate and prejudicial.
Okay.
I'll end them then.
My fellow members, have you?
You know, I would agree with Mr. Brady on that, because if you take it out, then the prohibition on campaign contributions that can be made is much broader.
Everyone.
And that's not what's intended. It is, but I think sticking in the word regulated in front of utilities doesn't help that. It doesn't correct that problem. So I think that this really gets at the, you know, it's efficient to put together the prohibition for utilities and contractors, because a lot of the language can be applicable to both, but and therefore the regulate them might not apply to contractors, but.
Are we looking for a word different than the word regulate? So that would bring us back to Director Brader, who said he might have a different word.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about keeping the regulated at the end, regulate them? Or are we talking about adding regulated government, or excuse me, regulated utilities contractors for making direct or indirect campaign contributions? Do we, Mr. Brady, do you think that is sufficient? So if you look at line 3, to these regulated utility contractors, and then take off the end of that sentence, that regulate them, strike that?
I don't.
Okay.
That's confusing. I don't know what that means. I do understand the
I don't either.
sausage making of all of this, but so I mean, I've lowered my expectations for all of it, but I appreciate where you all are at. Bottom line, do like Director Brader's summary. And while I don't agree with his first edit, the second edit that he had proposed, just adding the word regulated somewhere, you have a word, I don't think that does any harm. I think he wanted the two together. I'll let him speak for himself, but.
But if we looked at the whole community here, it would be easy for me to say that we're down to really, the only difference is definition of that phrase that says that regulates them.
Yeah.
And in that particular phrase, the word regulates to play to Mr. Lidl's comment that the legislature and elected officials don't regulate. I don't have enough technical expertise to be able to tell you what a better word would be.
Well, just to clarify, Mr. Chair, I think both Mr. Brady and I don't disagree on the addition of the word regulated on line 1 after prohibit.
Yeah.
Right? And there is space to do that, because this proposal only applies to regulated electric and gas utilities. My second suggestion, or first suggestion, the other suggestion was to strike that regulate them, right? Because it's not accurate. And you could correct that, as Director Brader had suggested, by, who hold certain, some, specified, indicated, listed, as opposed to that regulate them. You would have space if you strike that regulate them, that hold certain, specified, indicated, listed. There's a whole host of words you could use.
Other than the word regulate.
Because the word that regulate them is not accurate. And even though
I hear what
it
you're
isn't required to be legally precise, it still must be, it still must be accurate. And there are a number of these state offices and candidates that don't regulate anyone.
Along those lines, we're waiting in a space of.
This is why we don't go down these roads.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to draw the curtain there, okay? I've got to.
Okay.
So here's what
Before
we're
I
gonna do is
speak?
We've
Okay.
listened to you guys, and we've got enough here to, I think, make a conscious choice here. So,
You just say, to those who run for or hold certain offices?
How about impact, that impact them?
impact is a beautiful word. Are you good with impact? Impact's a great word. Director Brader, impact was probably the word you were going to suggest.
Yes.
I knew that was the case.
It wasn't. Some persnickety people don't like the use of the word impact as a verb, but we're past that. So I would be okay with adding regulated before electric and replacing the second regulate with impact. That would be 100 words. I'm good with that.
So my next question is, do you have to actually put that in and print it before we have a motion? Or can you simply read it to us and make a motion, and then we can move on with the next?
I think I can just read it. And it's a small enough change. I don't think it's that risky. So I'm going to update my proposed summary to read, initiation of legislation to prohibit regulated electric and gas utilities, contractors with over $250,000 annually in government contracts, and people and organizations with substantial connections to these utilities/contractors for making direct or indirect campaign contributions to those who run for or hold offices that impact them, expand campaign finance laws and restrictions that regulate spending on political communications, including laws that require disclosing donor information, to apply to communications clearly identifying candidates or ballot questions, even if they do not expressly advocate for/against them, expressly apply the law requiring disclosure of who paid for political communications to internet political communications. And that would be 100 words.
Agreed. Do I have a motion?
I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of the purpose of the proposed initiative petition sponsored by Michiganders for Money Out of Politics as drafted by the Director of Elections and presented by the Director on August 22nd, 2025.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It passed. Nicely done. My thanks and gratitude to all three of you council members. We're going to move on to item number 4, but there's one technical item I've got to handle first. We have one public comment related to 3 and 4 that was missed. And so, Mr. James DeSanta, you have 2 minutes, sir. And do you know the drill, right? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Hauskamp, and thank you to the board for allowing me to speak today. I'm State Representative Jim DeSena. I'm a firsthand eyewitness to the power of monopolies and government contractors in politics. I see millions of dollars spent for a single legislative seat that pays $71,000 per year. The swamp, as I like to call it, is chocked full of people who stand to benefit financially from the decisions of state legislators, and they are not donating to candidates out of the goodness of their heart, or even in a case of an aligned political ideology. As an aside, I believe that only citizens, and they alone, should be able to contribute to political candidates. The revenues gained by these monopolies and government contractors are, after all, taxpayer dollars. We as elected legislators have the ultimate power to establish the laws and rules and regulate these entities. It seems to me to be patently unfair that we allow millions of dollars to flow to candidates that are a direct result of these exclusive monopolies and government contracts. Being an advocate of the people and someone who believes in the complete transparency of government, the public deserves an even playing field in the political arena. This funding should be restricted, and our citizens deserve to know how political candidates are funded. I urge you to approve this petition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving along. Item number 4 is the consideration of the form of the proposed initiative petition submitted by Michiganders for money out of politics. Mr. Brader, Director Brader.
Yes, Chair Hauskamp. So this is a...
That wasn't your turn.
Okay, no, I mean, feel free to give me a time limit. So this is an optional procedure. It's something that the Bureau staff and the board does as a courtesy to review before they go out and make sure that there aren't any form issues that we can see with the petition. Staff did review it. We didn't see any issues with this version from a format standpoint. They would be, swapping out the 100-word summary that you just approved from the one that was on there when we looked at it, but otherwise it would be the same. So based on that, we're recommending the board provide approval as to the form. Is there anything you want to add there, Adam? Okay, that's all then.
Perfect. Any comments from the members? Any questions? Nope. In that case, I would entertain a motion to...
I will make a motion. I move that the board approve the form of the proposed initiative petition submitted by Michiganders for money out of politics, conditioned upon the replacement of the summary language approved by the board today, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to 1, the substance of the proposal, which appears on the back of the petition, and 2, the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Second.
Been moved and supported. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving along to item number 5 is, this is a consideration of the proposed manual filing for office judicial elective offices. As you'll recall, this is the third of those manuals. I have to tell you, I don't have anyone here for public comment on that manual. We did have some general comments, and Director Brader, would you kind of let us know what you're doing there?
Sure. Yeah, so we got some written comments from Robert Avers, identifying a couple ambiguities, I think, in the manual that we agreed with and are recommending to update. So one was the clarification that the certificate of acceptance only applies to minor parties. Is that correct? Yeah, and then also that the certificate of party nomination is that also the same as only minor parties, or is there a different issue there? Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, just go ahead. Yeah, so we added, oh, I see, yeah, sorry, there's the definition. So one is about the certificate of acceptance that judicial nominees have to submit. There's a clarification there that this is only for minor party candidates, so we are recommending adding that clarification. And then also about the certificate of party nomination, just adding the clarification that if there's a sitting Supreme Court justice that's filing for re-election without party nomination, they don't need to submit that. So this would only apply if you have a party nomination. That's usually the case, but not always necessarily. So we made a couple of edits to clarify that. Appreciate those flags. There's also a request basically for a red line version of the manual. We can't really do that because oftentimes we're like moving sections around, or we're taking a chunk of language from another manual and adding it in here because people get confused and they have to look at two different manuals. You know, one of the things we're trying to do is replace the need for somebody to read one manual and then refer to the other manual on that apply to petitions generally. So I just don't think it's really practical to do that. But we did add, in response to that request, a paragraph at the beginning listing out the changes that were made. So hopefully that will be helpful for people. So those are the changes that we're recommending compared to what was posted. Anything you want to add, Adam?
The only thing I would say is the same as the other manuals. We're not recommending substantive changes to process, procedure, or anything like that. This is just the same thing that we approved before, just more tailored to judicial candidates, more focused on issues that we saw in 24 specific to judicial candidates, like the heading issues, for example, things like that. We broke it out based on public comment that we heard at the certification meeting in 24. But like I said, no changes we're not recommending any changes to processing or anything like that.
Director Brader, have you, the updates, the changes, the corrections that you made to the manual that we're voting on today, is the revised version of that what's available on the web right now?
I think what we have on the web is the version prior to the comments, right? So we would be taking that version that's on the web, adding the clarification about the certificate of acceptance, the party nomination, and adding the list of what changed, and putting that version on the web, if you approve this.
Okay.
And I did look at what was on the material that we're looking at today, and those corrections are included. So,
Yes.
so what we approve is what's going to be on the web very shortly.
We, in effect, have a version that we are approving that the public has not seen. Is that correct?
It's correct.
I guess that's the soft question that I was trying to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I have described the changes we're going to make.
No, I'm okay with that, and that's good, just to make
yeah.
sure we're all clear on that.
Yeah.
And then you will post that after the meeting today.
Right.
Okay. Are there comments about corrections, changes about the manual in any way?
You know, I think the manual is improved and will be really useful because the judicial candidates have to cross so many T's and dot so many I's, and this should be very helpful to them. And maybe it will even eliminate some of the issues that came before us that caused us so much difficulty, right? Yeah, so, right, they'll all do it right.
There's one other thing I just want to note before you take a motion, which is there's also an appendix, Appendix B, which lists basically the office listing, and including the status designation of office, whether it's an incumbent position or not. That list is always in flux because, you know, it depends on when a judge resigns or if the governor appoints somebody. So we will be regularly updating that, essentially. Is that correct, Adam? Well, yeah, without bringing it to the board. Like whenever we get a change to a status of an office, we'll just update that document on an ongoing basis, which is what we've done in the past.
All right. I would entertain a motion if that's the case.
I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the proposed manual, filing for office, judicial elective offices, with the understanding that staff will update Appendix B as office designations are finalized. Further, I move that the board direct staff to use the procedures described in the manual when processing petitions for judicial elective offices submitted after today, August 22nd, 2025.
Been moved and supported. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We're on to item number 6, is the consideration of the proposed procedure for circulator signature challenges. Mr. Brewer, I have a slip of paper with your name on it.
Now, I know this is not on your bucket list to come here today.
I'm Mark Brewer, an attorney with the law firm of Goodman Acker. I'm here in my personal capacity today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to briefly comment. I submitted my comments in writing by the deadline, so I'm just going to briefly summarize them. I think it's great to have the set of procedures, and by the way, I have judicial candidate clients, so thank you for the manual you just approved. I circulated that to some of them, and they were very grateful for the continuing attention to that matter. But on this matter, I think there are 3 changes that need to be made to the proposed procedure, the most important of which is finishing the investigation before this board certifies. The statute under which you operate is quite clear that you have to dispose of all challenges before you certify. That includes challenges to circulators as well as signers. It's also, I think, worth noting that at the last meeting, you discovered that post-certification remedies may not be available. So you may find yourselves, if you don't deal with those challenges before you certify, in a situation where a candidate or a circulator or both violate the law and you have no way to impose consequences on them because of the way the statute is written. And finally, I noted in my comments that there's ample time to do that. The timeline the staff has proposed, 7 days to get challenges in, 7 days for the candidate to respond. That leaves you at least 30 days before you typically would have a deadline to certify candidates starting in the spring of next year. So there's ample time to do all of this. A second concern we have is that there's a part of the procedure, again, cited in my letter, which seems to, well, more than seems to, it does predetermine the outcome of an investigation. It elaborates on a situation where we have certain signatures that don't match, but others do. And again, it predetermines the result of the investigation. In that situation, as in all situations, if you are presented with evidence that signatures don't match, you go through the process. You let that candidate respond and let them explain it. You don't prejudge the situation. And finally, there's an ambiguity about submitting a challenge. There's a statement that unless the challenges add up to enough signatures to disqualify a candidate, they won't be processed. As a concept, that's fine. I absolutely agree with that, and I always tell my clients, we've got to get to this number or else it makes no sense to submit a challenge. But that number has 2 components. It consists of the signatures that are challenged, and it consists of the signatures that are on circulator challenges. So it's the procedure is just ambiguous. That may not be its intention. It appears to say you've got to challenge enough circulator signatures to disqualify the candidate, when in fact it's 2 numbers put together. It's the signatures on the circulators that are challenged plus the signatures that are challenged otherwise. And that's an ambiguity that I would ask be cleared up in the procedure. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Any questions? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have one other request on public comment. Mr. Doster, you put number 6 on your comment. You're speaking as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Doster in my personal capacity today. Before I get to item number 6, I want to thank the board and the staff for item number 3. I know these are long days and a lot of probing questions and whatnot, but there's a lot at stake here, and I just want to say thank you for your public service. With respect to the last matter, when you revise Appendix B, and I apologize, I'll get to 6. My comments will be real brief, I promise. When you revise the Appendix B, are you going to put like a revision date on the appendix? In other words, if I look at it, let's say on August 22, and then it says revised August 21, let's say, you know, I'm talking about the designations on Appendix B now. So I'll know when you've updated it. So in other words, I won't have to relook at, if it's not a current revision date, then I'll know that you haven't updated it. I just want to make sure that that's clear for the members of the public, because I do rely on these manuals and that Appendix B and those notifications. So I just want to make sure that that's going to be part of your process.
Yeah, we can make sure that it has a revision date on it. I mean, we
Okay.
typically have at least a month, but on this issue, I understand we might need more.
Yeah,
precision.
because
So,
these.
yeah, we can
Thank
do
you.
that. We can do
Okay.
that.
That was just a question, clarification for those of us who rely on those notifications. Okay, sorry. As to item 6, just a couple of things. The procedures are getting better, but one thing I haven't heard yet, I haven't heard why we need these procedures at all. Certainly, I understand that according to the procedures themselves, the genesis or the basis or the origin of these procedures came out of the Holiday case and the Cornell West situation. But the court in that case didn't require procedures to be adopted by this board, and I am concerned about unintended consequences of launching into procedures. And so I just throw that out for the board, that I'm not sure that you need procedures. You've dealt with these issues before. You have those statutory remedies. The Bureau, one part of the procedures that didn't make sense to me was the part that if the board voted to ask the Bureau of Elections to go and refer things to the Attorney General, that they could do that. With all due respect to the board, this group doesn't need your approval to refer things to the Attorney General's office when you, if they want to refer fraud from anybody to the Attorney General. So I didn't quite understand that part in there either. But at any rate, I guess the bottom line is I'm not sure. I think your manuals address all these things sufficiently already, and I just don't think that the procedures are necessary at all. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, sir. Before we do questions or comments or anything, I was going to suggest to you that there is no motion required, and there's no motion that's going to be posted today on this circulators process.
Right, we don't have a motion.
Oh, I'm confirming that, because what I think we're doing here is we were simply taking public comments. What I would like to suggest to my fellow board members is we have a lot of work to do on this yet before we go anywhere. And so we've taken some public comments, but I don't think that there's any action or anything that we can do or should do today on this. Having said that,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I thought we were pretty close to finishing the work that we need to do, so I'm not sure what, you surprised me with that one. But, you know, I have no problem if you want to see further elaboration of this. I would like to comment on Mr. Doster's, although he's gone already, suggestion that we don't need this. And I think that the Halliday case did suggest that we need it because what was said to the court at that time was that we didn't have a process to review circulator signatures. And the court said that's no excuse. So you need a process, and whether we want to call it a process or a procedure, I think it's something that we need. There are some things in the proposed procedure that I'm still troubled by. I would like to say that I agree with Mr. Brewer that we do need, that there is no reason that we would not require the resolution of challenges to circulator signatures at the same time as we review the challenges to the voter signatures. The voter signatures are not valid if the circulator signatures are invalid, so the two have to go together. And as noted, we're now requiring the resolution of the circulator, the examination of the circulator challenges by requiring the candidate to come forth with rebuttal evidence where circulator signatures are challenged. So when that is done in a timely fashion, it seems to me that it is not just reasonable, but required for us to resolve those circulator challenges. And the provision cited in Mr. Brewer's position statement, I think he's absolutely correct that the Board of Canvassers is required to make a determination on challenges, and that would include circulator challenges as well as elector challenges. As I said, the two are interconnected, or may be interconnected. So that is my position with regard to when, the provision about when the board resolves circulator challenges, because the proposed procedure does not require those challenges to be resolved prior to our time for certifying. But I also have a question about a provision on page 3 about what happens when the circulator certifies multiple petition sheets and not all of the circulator signatures match. What this says, for example, if the same circulator submits 10 petition sheets and 2 out of the 10 circulator signatures do not match the other signatures, that evidence alone can support a question about the validity of either the 2 that do not match or the other 8. It is possible that additional evidence could be provided, but an inconsistency alone is not enough to challenge every instance of the circulator signature. That is baffling to me. I'm just not sure what is intended there, but and these are signatures that are going to be on sampled pages, right? So we're going to have a petition sheet that has...
Oh, wait a sec, you're getting a no on the end here.
This would apply to everything, regardless of whether it's one of the offices that we sample or not.
Well, if we see on submissions that circulators' signatures differ, that's an indication that there's some forgery there. We don't know, and it may be that none of the signatures belong to the person whose name is on the circulator certificate, but there is something that needs to be called into question there, and I don't know what is meant by this. It seems to me that that's an indication that some of these signatures are bad, and we don't know which ones, so we need to look at all of them.
So I think I'll try to take those kind of one at a time. So in terms of when circulator signatures in the boxes don't match with each other, I think what the manual, and we can certainly look at this language and make sure it's as clear as possible, but I think what the manual is getting at there is you don't really know the exact explanation for that, right? It could be that it's just somebody who's forging all these circulator boxes, and that, you know, it's not just that they never circulated any of them. They tried to sign someone's name. They did it differently twice because they were just making it up. And that would indicate that none of them were signed by the circulator, which would be a basis to disqualify all the signatures, all the voter, or all the petition signer signatures on that. Another possibility is that they're all totally valid, like the circulator, you know, signed them all, and then they signed some of them in haste or on a, you know, rough surface, or Maybe they had a hand injury, like you never know. It's possible that they're all totally valid, even though that some of the signatures don't appear to match with each other. And then another possibility would be that the circulator did sign a bunch of petitions, and then somebody else forged the circulator's name on some other petitions that the circulator didn't sign. So in that case, the ones the circulator signed would be fine. You wouldn't throw those out just because somebody else happened to sign that person's name as a forgery. So we'd really need to, you know, I think the big picture thing is we're not just going to look at the fact that there's two different apparently non-matching signatures on boxes and just say we're throwing out all the voter signatures because of that. It requires a specific inquiry, and I think there's some language in the manual about the kind of evidence that would be helpful for the Bureau to make those determinations. I'll also say in terms of the timing, it would be, so first of all, the court, you know, and I defer to the AG's office on this, but I don't believe, I think the court, I think pretty clearly said that it's not required that the investigation be complete prior to certification of the petition. That said, when circulator signatures are being challenged, and essentially the way, again, the way I view that challenge is that someone's basically saying the circulator didn't sign this petition. We would certainly be aiming to complete that review before certification, but there may be cases where, and you know, we can also look at clarifying this language in response to Mr. Brewer's question or comment, but if the number of voter signatures on petitions where the circulator signature is being challenged are not enough to question, you know, whether there's enough valid signatures, that's not something that we would prioritize completing before certification, because we'd be taking time away from other reviews that we need to do. So I don't think that we should be saying that we're going to always complete all of these investigations before certification, particularly because that may not always be necessary to determine whether the petitions have a sufficient number of valid signatures, irrespective of whatever bad ones there are. And then also because these investigations take a lot of time, and they do require back and forth with the candidate committees and possibly the circulators, and it just may not be practically possible to do all of that in the time we have available. Is there anything Adam or AG's office wants to add or correct?
There's another part of this paragraph that I'm troubled by. And it says, if the same circulator submits 10 petition sheets and 2 out of 10 don't match. It's not the circulator who's submitting the petition sheets, it's the candidate or the ballot question committee. And I think it's important to say that because that's where the responsibility lies. Certainly the circulator has a responsibility, a heavy responsibility, but ultimately it's the candidate's responsibility. And a candidate ought not to be submitting petition sheets which have circulator signatures in different handwriting.
But I think the way that you have the context there is that's not campaign context. It's the context of having multiple circulators working on a campaign. When the wording that you're referencing here is that circulator turning in 10 sheets, right?
Yeah.
Can I just, where, can you just point, I'm sorry, point me to where you're looking?
Page 3, about
Page 3, it's the first full
third
paragraph.
second paragraph.
Starts when a circulator certifies multiple petition sheets. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
So that's getting at when the circulator signs the petition sheet for
Right.
the submission.
You
So
know
if we
what,
need to clarify that, we.
Yeah, and I just think that it needs to be, the clarification that I'm suggesting is important is that it's the, when the petition sheets are all gathered together, it's the candidate who submits them to the Bureau and for review and then the board. And so while the circulator has, as I said, and as we've discussed, the responsibility, it's
the candidate
It's
overall.
the candidate, and
Centrally responsible.
that's what's important, because we discovered when we tried to hold the candidate responsible for forged signatures,
Right.
that the statute, because of the way it's written, wouldn't permit that. So I just want to emphasize that it's the candidate whose determination, who is submitting this and is responsible for it. And, you know, there's a lot of petition sheets, but but there's a lot of work that goes on. There should be a lot of work that goes on, right? We've talked about this, to making sure that those petition sheets are good. And it's particularly important with regard to the circulator certificate, because a bad circulator certificate invalidates all of the signatures on the petition. So requiring the candidate to be really careful about circulator certificates should not be an unreasonable expectation. In fact, any responsible candidate committee or ballot question committee is going to be doing that.
I'd just reiterate what I said at, I think, our last meeting on this. I actually don't, I like that this to me reads like the default position is we're not going to throw out all of these pages. And I think that is extremely important for that to be the default position, because again, we're not talking about invalid signers of the petition sheet. We're talking about voters who believed they were either signing something, to put a candidate on the ballot or about an issue, and those people have rights too. And I think that making sure that we do everything that we can to protect those individuals who put their name on that paper in good faith and believe they were going there, we need to I believe that it is important that the default position be that we're not throwing out mass amounts of
And if that's what
circulator.
If that's what that paragraph that I'm grappling with says, we're not going to toss them all because some of them are bad, then that's fine. But if you have these inconsistencies, I think that
I don't
that
think
the
the
next.
nature of that paragraph is not to try to take away the responsibility of the candidate. It is to protect, in effect, the
Okay, you don't toss them all, but you have some responsibility, particularly if there's a challenge, to figure out which ones are valid and which ones, who's the real signator, and,
Yeah, the paragraph is meant to get at exactly what Member Cordes just said. It's meant to just say that if you are challenging, like if there are 10 that have been submitted and you're submitting something, we're not going to just say everything that you've submitted is automatically out, period. That and just because 2 maybe don't match, that doesn't extend to everything. That you can still submit evidence to say, here's why all of them don't match. Like, that's fine, but we're not going to have that initial presumption to just kind of throw it out, period. We're going to take those next steps and we're going to look at things. So that's, if we need to clarify that, we definitely can clarify that, but that's kind of what that's trying to get at.
And the other, the ghost issue that goes with this, if it's worth bringing up, is the fact that unlike a voter signature that you have a QVF record to stand behind to support, if you have 10 signatures or 100 signatures from the same circulator, unless they're from Michigan and in the QVF file, you potentially don't have a sample to even verify that any of those are real, right? That's right. And that's part of the problem that we're facing as a board right now. And that's why I think we still have work to do. Your points are extremely well taken. They should be incorporated in, but I think it's part of a larger picture. And you guys can disagree if you want to. We can? Remember,
You want to keep looking?
you and I had talked before about,
You're going to point out that you and I have limited terms, that
Well,
our
yes,
terms
yes,
are going to
yes.
expire at the end of 2026.
Be careful, our age expires, not a word you want to use. We got to get Jonathan to come up with impact or something. Expire is a dangerous word.
Not a responsibility that I would like to take on.
Yesterday was? I could fit another item. You know what, we've got more other business as presented to the board.
Last year, we met on my birthday, but this
You
year we
did?
gave me we did, so.
Can we add it in the record that it's Vice Chair Gurowitz's birthday?
Right,
Yesterday.
yeah, yesterday, right.
Happy birthday.
Do you want me to ask the second question?
You can ask, yeah.
No I won't ask how many candles.
You know,
I won't. Is there any other business to come in front of the board today? If there's not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.